most paramount. No society can develop without peace. And in terms of the disaffection of those of us who are from the southeast goes, there's a need to hear us and to look at our grievances and to consider them on their merits.
The Southeast, substantially mirroring Boko Haram, we have not been able to understand and deal with the issue of IPOB. The Igbo leadership allowed IPOB and ESN too much ground to take too much ground to control what is going on in the southeast. So they misread the threat of organizations like IPOB. There was opportunism, crass opportunism. People thought maybe this IPOB will do for us what we want. They will get for the Igbo what the Igbo didn't get through the political process. And eventually now we are creating a monster. And it's a monster that is eating up the local environment, the same way Boko Haram ate up Borno and Yobe and parts of Adamawa. IPOB and ESN are eating up the southeast. The federal government is throwing the military at them, the same way they threw the military at Boko Haram, rather than trying to understand the real issue. What is behind IPOB? Who supports them? Why do they support them? What is the issue that has made IPOB attractive to a large number of young people? Can you do something about it? Is it something you need to do about it?
I would say that the Southeast governments can do a whole lot better. The state governments, they can do a whole lot better in delivering services to the various constituent parts of the Southeast. We don't see enough of government in our rural communities, in the local government. We need to raise the bar as per the effectiveness of subnational entities. All right. Once we've gotten to a point where we can say for certainty that the state governments are operating optimally and delivering their own share of the governance dividend, then we can look elsewhere to seek inputs. But state governments in the Southeast need to up their game.
The Nigerian police force, on whose shoulder the responsibility of protecting the nation lies, is unable to perform its basic functions, forcing the Nigerian military to step in.
A society gets the kind of police that it pays for. Over the years, successive administrations have not made the connection around policing and development. So they just see the police as, oh, that is the police, and not critically putting it in a position of primacy, because people need to be safe internally first. You need to take care of the internal enemy before you begin to look at those ones that are threatening you on the outside. So over the years, there's been consistent underfunding, which is very, very critical. You want to undertake police operation, it has to do with funds, it has to do with state-of-the-art technology, equipment, and all of that. And then the manpower, less than 400,000 police personnel currently police a country of over 200 million. So what it means is that there is inadequacy somewhere. The police right now is overstretched. The country is very big and diverse. And then if you look at the scale of insecurity that is happening, it changes rapidly. So what it means is that the security landscape is not constant. You understand? So the police is trying to really grapple with all of this in the midst of very meager resources in terms of training, in terms of equipment, in terms of manpower, and every other thing. Government's approach in trying to address some of these inadequacies by the police has been to set up committees, police reform committees. But the question again is that each of these successive government that comes in, set up a committee, do they make reference to the last committee to say, okay, what did my predecessor, found when he talk about policing challenges? How can I build upon that and actually implement this to make the police effective? But no, our approach has been that, okay, I get into office and then I'm setting up my own committee.
Though the carnage isn't over yet, In more recent times, the joint military effort of the Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Air Force has recorded more success in combating terrorists and criminals.
In the last few months, the synergy and jointness among the three services has been cordial and overwhelming, which has resulted in the decimation of most of the criminal elements we have in this country.
While Nigeria may or may not reform its police soon, critics say the new conception of security now places emphasis on human and non-military variables, saying even the best of soldiers and policemen may be unable to maintain security in a country with a whopping 33% unemployment rate. Nigeria cannot solve its insecurity problems in isolation of other developmental issues. Where we go from here depends on our ability as a people, a government, and a nation to make the urgent steps needed to pull our country, Nigeria, from the brink.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Good afternoon. I am Mercy Bopol, and this is the news brief. Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal has revealed that curfew imposed as a result of the violent protests that trailed the arrest of suspect linked to the mother of Deborah Samuel. Governor Tambuwal relaxed the curfew after receiving briefing from security agencies in the state. The revised curfew will now be from dusk to dawn in Sokoto Township. This is with a view to affording people the window to pursue legitimate businesses and means of livelihood. Kaduna's based Islamic scholar Sheikh Gumi has cautioned Muslims against killing fellow human beings because of trivial issues, insisting that the Prophet of Islam was insulted and scorned but never killed in retaliation. Gumi was reacting to the gruesome murder of Deborah Samuel in Sokoto, said that any Muslim who kills a Christian in Nigeria because the Prophet was insulted will not smell the fragrance of Jannah. The cleric spoke while preaching at the Sultan Bello's Mosque, Kaduna. He lashed at some Muslim clerics who were quoting verses they did not understand and telling people to kill whoever insults their religion. He quoted the Quranic verse saying that killing a non-Muslim under the guise that the person uttered blasphemous statement against Prophet Muhammad is not an excuse. The Catholic Archbishop of Abuja, His Grace Most Reverend Ignatius Kaigamer, has urged Nigerians not to give up on the struggle for interreligious harmony in the country. According to him, those who attempt to gain selfish advantages without respect for rights or ethics through forms of extremism must be opposed. Kaigamer said this during his homely visit at St. Louis Church, Efaber Global Estate, Abuja, against the backdrop of last week's murder of Deborah Samuel, a Christian female student of Shehu Shagari College of Education, Sokoto. The cleric said Nigerians should not give up on the pursuit of brotherhood and peaceful coexistence, but must continue to speak up in common voice and act in solidarity with one another against the evil of this time. Weeks after the Abuja-Kaduna train attack, Northern Women Association and Interfaith Group have organized special prayers for victims still in captivity. They also are seeking divine intervention over the worsening insecurity and other challenges bedeviling the nation. Our correspondent, Habila Dalfar's report is presented from our studios.
Hundreds of women, religious interfaith groups and children have converged here to seek God's help for the safe release of the abducted train passengers. On March the 28th, the terrorists attacked the train, killing 9 passengers and abducting 62, including a pregnant woman and an 85-year-old woman. The president of the Jamaiya Matan Arewa, JMA, Hajia Rabi Salawa, says women must lend their voices to this cause, considering the pains parents go through with a mass abduction on a daily basis.
When we are mothers, we feel the pain of those families that were affected. The only thing we have is prayers. So we decided to call the family members and our women and our religious leaders. As you can see, Khan is here, JNI is here. Let them pray for Ariwa. Let them pray for these victims. Let them also pray for our leaders to guide them, to give them the wherewithal for them to do what is right.
The chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, Kaduna State Chapter, Reverend Joseph Hayab, says insecurity and evils are on the rise in the society, and as such, everyone must come together to fight the scourge.
People of faith, we will not give up praying just because evil continues to grow. We believe in God, we believe in His intervention, and we know He's going to intervene. So we are joining the families and joining all others well-wishers to seek the face of God, that very soon our brothers and sisters who have been in this bush for a long time will come back. Governance is about protecting lives and properties. If you don't protect me, even if you build everything for me, I can use them because they are not useful to me. So protection of lives and property becomes the most ideal things we want today in Nigeria. We need 2 things, freedom and protection of lives and properties.
Also, renowned Islamic scholar Sheikh Ahmed Gumi says the leader are pushing Nigerians into crimes because of the hardship in the land. He lamented that leaders are busy seeking political offices ahead of 2023, while 62 Nigerians are being held captive.
We should do whatever we can do to get them out first. These people are in the bush, they cannot run away. They're in the bush, they cannot run away. So we just answer their needs immediately and free the victims. And we pray that it will not happen again to anybody. And we pray that this nation will unite together and Allah will bring tranquility in the nation so that we prosper. Because with this insecurity, we don't see any development coming. So we want the government to be proactive, to consult with people who are genuinely looking for this situation. This is no time for blaming other people. It's time to come together and see how that we get out of this problem.
They urged families of the victims to hope on God, believing that they will be reunited with their loved ones soon.
The negotiations between the federal government and the abductors of the Abuja-Kaduna train passengers may have deadlock. This is following the insistence of the gunmen on the release of their commander in exchange for the abductees. The federal government is now seeking foreign assistance and technical expertise to resolve the impasse. About 8 persons were killed and 26 others injured when gunmen bombed the rail track and fired gunshots at the Kaduna-bound train. So far, the gunmen had released 3 hostages, including the managing director of the agriculture, Alwan Hassan Sadiq, and son of Ango Abdullahi, convener of the Northern Elders Forum, and a pregnant woman who was breathed air of freedom on Saturday. Police in Anambra have confirmed the burning of the headquarters of Idimili North Local Government Area in Ogodi, Anambra, in the early hours of today. Combined response by security operatives and the natives helped to repel the criminals. The Magistrate Courts building and the office of Enugu Electricity Distribution Company within the complex were also affected. Also, the police in Anambra State has confirmed that kidnapping of Mr. Okechukwu Okoye, a lawmaker representing Aguta Constituency 1 in the State House of Assembly. Okoye was kidnapped in Aguta yesterday. His black Sienna bus, which was driving before the incident, had been recovered. Also killed was a member of the vigilante group who was on a motorcycle in Oka Town, Anambra, yesterday. Normalcy has been restored to the area, but the police urge everyone to remain calm while being safety conscious. With the 2023 elections fast approaching, youths in Edo State have called on Nigerians to exercise their right by holding the federal government accountable for the needed change currently yearned for. The youths gave the call in Benin City, the Edo State capital, during the symposium organized to chart the way forward for the next set of leaders who currently are seeking mandates of the people, as well as an inclusive participation in politics by women and youth.
We need to get it right in 2023. We have no other options. And so this is a symposium, this is the first symposium in Edo State where we are trying to fund out, where we had discussants coming from outside the states and around the city capital to provide solutions to issues that affect us as a people.
The next set of leaders or our next president must be a person who believes in Nigeria. Many people don't believe in Nigeria. They just, okay, fine, they want power. Power is not used for the benefit of the people. Can you imagine an economy that has nosedived? How can you talk about a country where dollar is about 600 naira?
For our new leaders that we are going to vote for, we hope and pray that one thing that we wish, that if they should be God-fearing, everything is going to be okay. Because a man or a woman that has the fear of God, we always know that he's watching whatsoever I do. So when we have a leader that has good potentials, definitely the people that are looking up to them will also at least have good potential as well.
It's now belonging to the youth, and we are all here. We are all here seeking for a chance in our different parastatals, in our different walks of life. Let them be given an opportunity in the cabinets, as small as in the parliamentary seats and all that. Let them be given a voice to speak up for the youth of the country, and we can take it from there.
I hope things will change for the better. There's got to be legislation. There's no way out of legislating for compulsory involvement of women in politics, because it is only women that can speak for themselves in the various houses. How do you get legislation passed for things that would benefit women?
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has called on political parties and their followers to eschew violence and ensure peace as Osun State prepares for the July 16, 2022 gubernatorial elections. This was made known during a sensitization workshop and campaign finance reporting for State Chairman and candidate of the Osun 2022 gubernatorial elections in Osogbo on Friday. In his address, the Osun State Resident Electoral Commissioner, Professor Abdul Gayani Olayinka Raju, discouraged vote buying and selling. He added that it was better for political parties to engage in campaigns and dissemination of manifestos. The Osun INEC boss, while stressing the importance of tracking political party financing, also hinted that vote buying and selling could also affect party finance tracking. President Muhammadu Buhari and Attorney General of the Federation, AGF, Abubakar Malami, have asked the Supreme Court to void the provision of Section 84, subsection 12 of the Electoral Act 2022. Their request is contained in a suit they filed April the 29, 2022 before the court through a group of private lawyers, including Lateef Fagbemi, hired by Office of the Attorney General of the Federation. The suit marked as the National Assembly as the sole defendant. On May 11th, a three-member panel of the Court of Appeal in Abuja set aside the judgment of the Federal High Court in Umuahia, which voided the provision of Section 84, subsection 12 of the Electoral Act 2022. The panel, headed by Justice Hama Barker, held that the FHC had no jurisdiction to entertain the case because the plaintiff, Nduka Edede, lacked a local standing to have filed the case in the first place. A federal high court sitting in Abuja has ordered the Accountant General of the Federation to immediately halt the distribution of more than 1 trillion naira due to oil producing state, pending the determination of the suit before it. The trial judge in the matter, Justice A.R. Mohammed, in an interim injunction, held that the distribution of the derivation funds without the induce of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission was injurious to applicant, which is in the Imo State government. ASU and the Joint Action Committee of the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions and Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities have said the federal government did not reach a strong agreement with them that can lead to the calling off of the industrial actions. All the university unions in the country are currently on strike. ASU started a strike on February 14, 2022, and the JAC commenced it on April the 14th. The unions embarked on industrial action while demanding improved welfare packages, better working conditions, and implementation of various labor agreements signed with the federal government between 2019 and 2020. The national leader of ASU and the JAC of SANUR and NASU, Professor Emmanuel Osodoke and Mr. Mohammed Ibrahim, respectively, told reporters that the federal government and all stakeholders in the educational sector and religious leaders had a meeting with the four unions, but not everybody in attendance. But Osodoke said Ngige's claim after the meeting that the union would call off the ongoing strike this week was a political statement. The Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, says light pollution is a cause of unnecessary deaths of birds at night. This comes as the world marks World Migratory Birds Day to raise awareness about the danger of extinction. Our correspondent, Paul George, reports.
Light pollution actually affects those birds that hunt at night.
Young adults, students, teachers, among others, are here to mark this year's World Migratory Bird Day, set aside to remind the world of the importance of birds to the environment. According to the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, birds are blessings to humans as they help pollinate food crops and help the ecosystem and nature. Therefore, there is need to preserve them.
World Migratory Bird Day is of great significance to the planet, to us human beings, and to the ecosystem because birds are important organisms that play a significant role in the ecosystem. Without the birds, all the things about plant pollination and all of that will not be happening. The birds that we have migrate from city to city, from country to country. So every year we have this kind of enlightenment program, and we also carry out some other publications. We have bird clubs.
The world's population contributes to birds going into extinction, and it must be stopped. This gathering emphasizes a major challenge: light pollution. In a dramatic presentation, the students raise more awareness.
We've invited people across board, from students to media to just members of communities that are not necessarily scientists or conservation biologists, so that when they hear these messages said in a simple language that everyone can understand, they're able to cascade this using, and then we've used social media, traditional media also to perpetuate these messages. We must realize that the well-being of those other things we share the ecosystem is linked to our well-being. So in endangering them, we're endangering ourselves. So always take note of other organisms within the environment, and when you notice that there's been changes, we need to make adjustments to our own way of life so that we can accommodate everything for our general well-being.
You can classify birds broadly into two categories. You have the migrants and you have the resident birds. So some birds migrate. Now, even amongst those that migrate, the scale of migration also differs. You have birds that migrate, for example, from Europe into Africa, and then you have some other birds that migrate only within Africa. Birds are of vital importance to humans. Pollination can be seen as one benefit that humans derive, because if pollination does not occur, then food is not available for humans. By feeding on insects, they are reducing insects that should have become pests to humans. So that's the service. It's the Abdim stock in the northern part of Nigeria, which is known as, in Hausa, it's known as Shamwa. The local farmer, on seeing the bird at the beginning of the rainy season, knows that it's time to begin to prepare the farm prepare the land for farming. The starting point is education. When people are ignorant, they do things that are unsustainable. So education, sensitization is the crucial part. So more and more people need to know that birds are important to us.
Light pollution is a major threat to migratory birds like vultures, parrots, eagles, and hawks, among others, as it leads to disorientation when they fly at night. This in turn leads to collisions and also interferes with their long-distance migrations. Paul George, Plus TV News.
And to other parts of Africa, Somali handed Hassan Sheikh Mohammed the presidency for the second time following Sunday's long overdue election and troubled horn of African nation. After a marathon poll involving 36 candidates that was broadcast live on state TV, parliamentary officials counted 214 votes in favor of former President Mohammed. That was far more than the number required to defeat incumbent Mohammed Abdullahi Mohammed, better known as Farmajo. Celebratory gunfire erupted in the capital Mogadishu, with many hoping that the vote would draw a line on the political crisis that had lasted well over a year. Farmajo's team ended February 2021 without an election. Mohammed, who was previously president from 2012 to 2017, was sworn in shortly after the votes were counted and struck a consolatory tone as he addressed the country. Somalia's international partners had repeatedly warned that the election delays caused by political infighting were dangerous distractions from the fight against al-Shabaab insurgents who have been trying to overthrow the government for more than a decade. And outside, gunfire erupted at Southern California church earlier yesterday afternoon, killing at least one person and wounding 5. A suspect was taken into custody. The shooting occurred at Geneva Presbyterian Church in the Laguna Woods, a town of 16,000 that consists of the Laguna Woods Village, a retirement community for 55 and older ones known as Leisure World. All of the victims were adults and were taken to the hospital, the Orange County Sheriff Department said in a tweet message. One victim died at the scene. It was at least the second mass shooting of the weekend in the United States, which has been plagued with gun violence in recent years in Buffalo, New York, on Saturday, a white 18-year-old man opened fire at a supermarket in mostly black neighborhoods, killing 10 and wounding 3 in what authorities describe as purely racist attack. And in business news, the Nigerian Port authorities said that the Tinker Island port is collapsing, saying that more attention should be focused on rehabilitating the core walls of the port. Speaking over the weekend, the managing director of the NPA, Mr. Mohammed Bello Koko, said that the agency had taken a holistic review of the decaying parts of the port. He added that the agency had started discussing with some leading agents, stressing that the agency did not have intentions to borrow. Bello Koko said the introduction of the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission Act meant that the renewal of concession agreement for terminal operators in China fanned global recession fears. China's April retail sales plunged 11.1%, almost twice the forecast, while industrial output dropped 2.9% when analysts had looked for a straight increase. It added to its fears that the world's second largest economy could contract this quarter amid COVID-19 lockdown. And to some entertainment news, almost 2,400 people required medical treatment following Travis Scott's deadly Astroworld Music Festival. The information came from a new document filed on May the 9th on behalf of some of the victims. The document details include injuries that required both extensive and less extensive treatment following tragic event of November 5, 2021. According to the document, 732 people received extensive treatment from injuries incurred at the festival. Another 1,649 people required less extensive treatment. Over 2,500 cases are still under review. And in sports news, Jose Pesaro has been named as Super Eagles head coach months after an initial deal with Nigerian Football Federation and NFF collapse. An NFF statement said the appointment is with immediate effect, subject to the signing of agreed terms between the football body and the Portuguese. Pesaro is expected to lead out the Super Eagles for the next time during the out tour of the United States of America, during which 3-time African champions will slung it out with the Mexico team in the prestige friendlies. They also tangle with the E13 and AT&T Stadium in Dallas and the state of Texas on the 28th May before flying to New Jersey to confront Ricardo at the Royal Bull Arena in Harrison on Thursday, the 2nd June. The educationists with a degree in physical education sports science will be assisted by former international George Finidi Sayus Yusuf, will now serve as the second assistant as well as the head coach of the CHAN and U under 23 national teams. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel on Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Messi Boko. Many thanks for watching.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
No, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Weez, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayuwa Mesale. I'm in the weekend mood.
We really on that, apparently.
And I got the memo. Obviously, there's some yellow somewhere. Hello, ladies. Hi,
Hello,
Manny.
hello.
Hi, Uti.
Hi,
What's
girls.
good?
Bumblebees.
What's happening? Yeah, bumblebees. What's happening Friday? Any gist for us?
Nothing's happening unless they sleep.
Ah, you know the way I slept, it was as if I should not get up.
Today?
Yes.
Really?
I slept so well because I was having a bit of cold. My nose was running, and so I took some medication.
I hear there's still COVID running around.
And it's not.
Let's hope it's not COVID.
Let's hope it's not COVID. But
COVID has become like the common flu. Yeah, it's just the flu, just the normal. Yeah, my daughter came home last week, and she had a runny nose and all the symptoms of COVID. So she was like, "Mommy, someone said it was COVID." I said, "See, just go and take something inside. You are fine." So it doesn't come with that, scare anymore. We're fine. We'll be all right.
Tired. Yeah. So, Uti, how are you?
I'm good. I'm tired, but I'm good.
Long week. Long but short week. So I think I woke up this morning and thought, how is it Friday?
Already, thank you.
Because I kind of felt like it was Monday yesterday and then all of a sudden it's Friday. And I'm thinking to myself, this is like, as you're getting older, it's going quicker. Like when we were kids, it felt like the weekend just would never come. And now it's like, don't even worry that it's Monday. It'll be Friday in 2 minutes.
There's a video that is on social media that she's coming back from work on a Friday. And she just barely lying on the bed and getting up again.
It's Monday again.
Sometimes it feels like
that's how it feels like. All right, so today we're discussing fashion. And here's what we found as today's quote. Clothes are like a good meal, a good movie, and a good great pieces of music. This is from Michael Kors. Now, the fashion industry in Nigeria plays an important cultural role and contributes significantly to the country's economy. Clothing incorporates a variety of colors, fabrics, and embellishments. Many of the component cultures of Nigeria wear styles that are unique to their tribal society and custom. Now, Nigeria is known not only for its fashionable textiles and garments, but also for its fashion designers who have increasingly gained international recognition. And we are honored to be having Obinna Samuel Omero. He'll be here to discuss the changing face of fashion in Nigeria. We'll do that, but first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. You were still watching Ways National Apple Pie Day is observed annually on May 13th. Now, the first apple pie recipe printed was in England in 1381. The list of ingredients included good apples, good spices, figs, raisins, pears, saffron, and coffin. What was that? Uti, help me out. A type of pastry crust. While the apple pie existed well before the Pilgrims landed on the eastern shores of what is now the United States of America, Americans wax poetic about how American apple pie is the face as American as apple pie. Oh, okay. Has around the world for more than 100 years. Now, Nasabisha, I tasted one in London. So happy National Apple Pie Day. It was really nice.
Apple pie is delish.
Really nice.
Delicious.
You know when they see it.
Like, wait now, let me land. But you know, when they were showing the pictures now, they showed the American style. So it has the lattice pastry across it. But in the UK, it's done like open with like a crumb on top. And the crumb is nice and crunchy. And so it's a nicer thing. But I mean, the Americans have taken it. They own it. It's like
but it's the British
as
that
American as apple
originated.
pie. It's their almost like go-to dessert, right? But I mean, the UK, there's plenty different desserts. I mean, come on, what's cheesecake? What's apple pie compared to cheesecake? I mean, if we're going to start calling desserts, there are seniors in the game.
I do not plan.
Are we still talking about apple pie?
I did not plan to go drooling inside the
Sorry, don't talk to me about food then. That's the effects. Food is in the house.
I think some of these things you just see them, and there's a culture. I don't know. I think it's in the UK when you move into the neighborhood,
And that's America. You have to bake something.
Bake something
and take it around.
Why don't we do that in this country?
Because they would think you want to poison them.
Well, apart from that as well, I think that like neighbors, we keep to ourselves, don't we?
Yeah.
A lot of people don't interact with their neighbors as much as I remember as kids. Like your neighbor's house was like your house. You used to run in and out and all of that, but these days everybody sort of keeps to themselves. We have to though. It's a sign of the times.
Yeah.
Sad but true.
I think so.
Absolutely.
But yeah, apple pie, yay! Some great places in Lagos too where you can get apple pie.
Oh, tell me about them.
We'll talk off air.
Yeah. So, Manny, what did you find first in the news?
Appeal court nullifies judgment voiding section 84(2) of Electoral Act. So, a division of the court's appeal sitting in Abuja has set aside the judgment of the Federal High Court sitting in Umuahia, which nullified the provision of section 84(12) of the Electoral Act 2022. On Wednesday, a three-man panel of the appellate court led by Justice Hama Akawo Baka held that the Federal High Court Umuahia lacked the jurisdiction to entertain the suit. The appellate court contended that the plaintiff, Nduka Edede, did not have the locus standi to file the suit in the first place. Consequently, the Court of Appeal struck out the suit marked Federal High Court CS 26/2022, which Edede filed before the Umuahia Division of the Federal High Court. So finally, we can have some peace, although some people say they are going to take it higher. But I think for now, we are safe.
For now?
Yes, we are safe for now.
Okay. Elu.
Okay, so amidst all the court cases and political resignations, no resignations, I think I tried to stay away from that. So my headline says, fuel scarcity, FG counters IPMAN as IPMAN on 500 billion naira claim. Provides payment details. So this story has been floating around for the last few days. First of all, IPMAN came out to say that's the Independent Petrol Marketers Association of Nigeria came out to say that the government was owing them 500 billion naira in bridging claims. Wow. So these are the payments the government makes. So of course, the landing cost of petrol or the landing cost of our petroleum products does not include the cost to transport it up country, and everywhere else. So these funds are what the government pays to ensure that the public is not carrying the cost, or the marketers are not carrying the cost of that transportation. So we can all still buy at the pump price of 160 something naira, that it is. So the idea is that IPMAN has come out to claim that the government was owing them 500 billion. So this is the government countering their claim to say that how are they owing them 500 billion, that they came out in December to state that they were being owed 50 billion, but IPMAN is claiming that between December and May, they have paid them every month, that the only time they haven't paid them is in March. Now, I suspect what is going on here, if you've ever worked in financial services or anywhere where you need to reconcile ledgers, you know how there's always money going in, money coming out. So there's never a point where you can say all the money that should have come in has come in and all that should have gone out has gone out.
So it's going out.
Exactly. So this is, goods that are being transported every day. You come in, you make a claim, there's reconciliation before you are paid. So I possibly, maybe that reconciliation process, maybe they have claims that have not been, even claims that they've not been able to validate, because he comes out to say that, for us to pay you, we have to validate and reconcile before we pay you. So if we haven't done that, how can we pay you? So potentially, but 500 billion, this is 500 billion naira. That's a lot of money.
So they just need to sit down and just.
But given the fact that there was fuel scarcity coming back in places like Abuja and some other places up country, just an important story for us to keep an eye on, because fuel scarcities are never. We just came out of. I don't even know that we can say we fully come out of it. And then this comes out.
Because it's still
again.
A bit sketchy.
It's still a bit,
so sketchy.
Yeah, the minute you see a queue, you're like, and you check your time.
If I go like 1/4 of my whatever, I just quickly go and talk to them because I don't want to hear.
And every time you see a petrol station with more than a few cars, you're thinking, you check your gauge, I should buy.
was going to ask you, Uti, what's up with Emefiele being walked out of the villa? Because we talked about it yesterday.
I'm trying to stay away from this story.
Stay away from it.
I think the main problem for me is I'm not in the middle of where it's all happening, and the stories are conflicting. So you see one media house reporting that he has stepped down. In fact, it wasn't even Emefiele, it was the attorney Malami. Yeah, so you see one claiming that he has dropped his political ambitions and he's keeping his job. Some others say he's resigned. So I'm staying away from those conversations because, look, it's going to unfold however it unfolds. And, you know, it's just, we're talking about it.
Emefiele was walked out of the villa by the press.
So I read the story, but again, I don't know.
Well, how is she supposed to know
that?
You are asking her a direct question.
Like, how is she supposed to know because the fact is, all I was seeing was so many conflicting reports. I mean, even was it not just yesterday that they were reporting that he said Nigerians are funny, or what was it that he said, that he's having a good time watching us pull our hair out, he's laughing at us. So
yeah, well, we've seen the news, or we've seen the news, and what we hear is that he's been asked to resign. He was given 48 or 24 hours, but nobody knows if it's true.
Exactly. So we
is
don't
he
know.
Resigning, and is he dropping out of the
we don't know which yet.
race? So we don't know what it is. We'll just wait and see.
All right.
People
so
fall
government inaction fueling blasphemy. This is blasphemy-related killing, says CAN. Now, the Christian Association of Nigeria on Friday condemned the killing of Deborah Samuel, a student of Shehu Shagari College of Education in Sokoto. Muslim fundamentalists saying enough is enough. A statement by the General Secretary of CAN, Joseph Daramola, said that, according to him, that these vampires must be brought to book, that the unlawful and dastardly action of the perpetrators must not only be condemned by all right-thinking people, but the security operatives must fish them out, prosecute them as it is expected of them. It is a failure of the security agencies and the government to and the government needs to rise up to such criminalities in the that has given birth rather to terrorists and banditry in the past. As long as the state fails to bring these beasts, he calls them animals or criminals, and meets us to book, so also the society will continue to be their killing field. So I talked about you want to reserve your comment? Why? So we talked about this yesterday, and I was a bit worried because for someone to have the boldness to go on national TV, in front of a camera, he was being filmed, and he knew it was being filmed, so he faced the camera and he was bringing out the matchbox and saying it in Hausa language, you know, and Ashana, he was saying, this is the match I used to kill the girl. So I get it that maybe the girl should have done something wrong, right? So does this mean that for every agitation, we should all now act like criminals? You know, no matter how agitated you are, we always talk about religious tolerance, right? I went to an all-Muslim school. All Muslim. This one is not like this thing. This school is, we are a Muslim school. If you are coming in, you have to conform to our rules and regulation. And my parents still took us there, right? And they respected us that we were Christians. This is a school that boys were not in our class. It was all girls class, all boys class. A proper Islamic school, right? And I enjoyed it. I had fun. Growing up, I would say the Muslim prayer, I would say the Christian prayer in the assembly hall. So I know how to say the short prayer in Islam, right? So it's not, I mean, it doesn't change. It doesn't change. Instead, it gives you the level. That's why sometimes when people talk about religious wars and all of those things and condemn the Northerners, I cannot bring myself to doing that. Because I've had very good neighbors. Yes. We just have bad people in the society. And everybody's shielding under that religious, what's it called, umbrella to say it's not religion. When someone is evil, the person is evil. It's not about religion, right? So that's why it's important that the government must be able to fish out these people. Because it's not religion. People in my house when I was growing up, when there were those series of crises. I remember one particular crisis that they came to our house, a mob, and wanted to burn down the house because they knew that the house belongs to, they didn't know us, but they knew that the house was a Christian-owned property. And they wanted to burn it. Our neighbors that were Muslims stood in front of the house and told them if they finish burning this house, they must burn their own. Because these people have been nothing but good neighbors. Are these not the same Muslims that we talk about today? So when we see things like this, it's not a function of, that you cannot accommodate or tolerate people's conversations about religion does not mean that it should not be heard, or people cannot make those kind of mistakes or whatever it is. And you now take that, you take it upon yourself to say you want to kill somebody. Are you doing it on behalf of your God? So I don't think it is right. Whatever it is, the government must prove that they are totally against these kinds of what's it called, gruesome killing.
So this thing that what you've just said now, we can't deny that this is a sign of the times. The Nigeria you're talking about, the experience you had, is a very different country now.
Very, very
The
different.
people that you are talking about, when you talk about, religious fanaticism is not a new thing, and it's not a concept unique to Nigeria. But you ask yourself, how do people become fanatics? The fact that you have people who are not properly educated about the foundation of what their faith is, and you've been trained and taught to think about your faith in a certain way. That's why you have situations like this. The sad part of it is there was an article, so when you talk about leadership, there was a tweet that was apparently taken down where Atiku had condemned it and then was being called out and then apparently took it down and then put up, allegedly took it down and then put up another one in Hausa claiming that the original post wasn't from him.
Really?
Yeah. So the reality of it is that this isn't even something, and that's why I said I'll reserve my comments, this isn't even something that should make the news that it is Khan that is saying it. Any right-thinking human being should know that in any context, jungle justice has no place.
No.
So it shouldn't take Khan coming out to say that these things need to stop.
Sure.
We should have all our leaders coming together to say, you know what, any kind of jungle justice, any kind of criminality will not be tolerated.
It's
That's what it should be, because even if you said she did something wrong, what are the rules? What is it that is the proper process for her to go through? Even if there's a provision for it in Sharia law, something, but not that you just decide to take a life because you feel that your faith endorses it. I mean, it's not even a religious conversation in my perspective.
It's not a religious, it's just plain humanity. So we'll take a break now. Let's discuss fashion. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thanks for staying with us now. Nigerian fashion has always been distinct, statement-making, and very defining. Now a forerunner in not just Africa, but all over the world, the Nigerian fashion industry has undergone several changes over the years and decades, reinventing itself, taking part of the old and mixing it with the new, yet retaining its distinctive allure and flavor. Nigeria is not only known for its many fashion, textiles, and garment pieces that are distinct to her culture, she also birthed many fashion designers who have developed many techniques and businesses along the way. Now, what ways do you think we can change the face of fashion in Nigeria to even better, to a better place than where we are right now? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 01-803-84663. All right, ladies, you are the fashionistas actually on this set. What's your money?
We're trying.
What a way to bring you people up on a fashion day show. But tell me, if you were to describe where we are, I think fashion is one of the biggest things happening for us as a country.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you, fashion and music.
Fashion and music, yeah.
So tell us how, your experience and how do you think where we are now?
So I think for me, the biggest shift was when growing up in Nigeria, there was always this thing about the people who came from abroad, like the gendered people. You could tell what they were wearing was not Nigerian and all of that. And then there was the sort of trajectory for me, the way I saw it was then there was this influx of nicer clothes coming through the bend down boutique and all of that. And that's where people then used to try to shine and compete. But where the real shift happened for me, and I think that part of that comes from the transition we had into a very rich and healthy celebrity culture, was that people started off with, what are you hearing? And you would hear Gucci, Fendi, Prada. And the shifts for me started to happen on red carpets. So you would have interviews happening and then you would hear, oh no, what Tiffany are you wearing? Amber. And you hear Tiffany Amber. You started to hear, you started to hear all these brands. And it felt like, of course, as social media also happened, right? With Instagram, where we became more visual in the things that we were looking at. It created that channel. So Buy Nigerian was a murmur, it was a whisper. And then it became
louder and louder.
So now it would sound ridiculous for you to go to the AMVCs, for example, and they ask what you're wearing and you say you're wearing Fendi.
Thank you.
So exactly, Fendi Q there. So that shift for me, I think, was what I started to see.
Say that?
She said it wasn't me, guys, but I just gave it volume. But the truth was, that was the shift. So we became proud to wear Nigerian. And the key shift for me, personally, because I was that person, again, times have changed. I used to stock up. I have big feet. And, people like to call onion purple or something green. I don't know what all these colors are, but help me. That's what you see on wedding invitations, right? So I used to have all these, I used to stock suitcases of clothes so that I always had something to fit into whatever was called or shoes or whatever. I was never comfortable buying Nigerian, not because I didn't like we all did the Ankara, sewing of Ankara, but everything else.
So now do you buy Nigerian shoes?
So you would just ask, I buy Nigerian everything.
Really?
So I buy Nigerian shoes, I buy Nigerian. In fact, we were just talking today and I was saying before the show how when I travel, I just want to buy makeup or cosmetics.
And that's all.
I said, oh, you don't buy clothes. I'm like, why? I will come to Nigeria and I will buy everything I'm wearing. What I'm wearing now is by Nigeria. It's Nigerian.
This is Nigeria.
Exactly.
You guys are popping.
Hey, Valerie Black. But, so the quality has improved. The options, just type dress on Instagram.
You'll be lost.
Inundated.
You'll be lost.
So we've come a long way, and I have to say kudos to the industry. I'm all for it. All for it.
How are you, Manny?
Yeah, I'm good. So for me, I'm really into fashion, and like Uti said, it's just like our hair relaxers. We used to have these relaxers coming from abroad. I think there was Dark and Lovely. So we used relaxers that were not good for our hair type. So now there's fashion. We now have the people who know our style.
Our bodies.
Our bodies. make our
fabric.
clothes, our fabric, make what we want to see, what we want to wear. So now, of course, it's more interesting because you have all these people doing a lot of things, and then we look at what it's doing to our economy or for our economy.
Absolutely.
So we can't look at only the beautiful part of it without looking at how it's impacting on our economy.
Absolutely.
So for me, I just think it's a very big thing, a very big leap, and kudos to everyone that has made this happen.
I'm telling you, if you want to just know how the fashion industry is going, go on Instagram. I mean, Rita Dominic had a wedding recently. You could see all her bridesmaids were styled by beautiful designs. So, I mean, Nigeria is making us
come a long way.
And we have one with us here. Obinna Samuel Umero is a triple threat in illustration, style, and design. He is one of Nigeria's leading fashion illustrators for the brands Omero.ng and As Drawn by Obi, having been acknowledged locally by top personalities such as Michelle Dede, Tiffany Amber, Emmy Casbet, Orange Couture, or Culture, rather Larry Da Silva, Ajayi, and also globally having his work cited by Nicey Nash, Shailene Woodley, Marc Jacobs, and even Anna Wintour. Obinna takes the principle of function and structure and applies them to art and style through his illustrations and fashion designs, respectively.
Wow.
In 2011, while pursuing his bachelor's degree, he began taking on styling projects such as the ad campaigns for Uti Nwachukwu and video shoots for Yemi Alade. In 2015, he began teaching fashion illustration and sharing his self-trained knowledge with aspiring fashion designers and illustrators. Having tutored over 500 budding entrepreneurs and counting, Obinna is renowned as an inspiring tutor across Nigeria, both privately and in fashion schools such as the Fashion Academy, Kathy Anthony, Anna Jacob, and Just One. In 2016, the vision further blossomed into birthing of a fashion design brand focusing on redefining contemporary menswear on the continent with a growing clientele base of Nigeria's vibrant fashion-forward youth and young at heart, even celebrity personalities as Ice Prince, Kenneth Omero, Mawuli Gavo, and Ike Onyema. The brand is on the quest to take the world with one outfit at a time. With each season's presentation, he aims to take his audience on a journey. He's always been on the focus on the fantasy aspect of fashion, but Obi is very, very much a product of needle, thread, and hard knocks industry of Nigeria. He built his own business slowly, working for decades from his apartment, creating clothes and nostalgia and memory of his childhood. In the rapid expansion of the fashion industry, Obinna Umero also designed and consults for both private and collaboratively with some fashion houses and fashion brands across the globe. He has a very lengthy profile. I had to read everything. And can I add this one? This is hot as it come. He just recently won the, can you break it down for us? The African Magic, right? What was it? AMVCA?
So the African Magic
yes.
design for the stars runway.
Yeah. That one is the latest addition. Obinna caught some hot millions. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
You know, I said it was important for us to drag you as it hot, you know, because that was the first of its kind.
It's the first of its kind.
And I think they flashed some of the designs that you displayed on that runway. It was really, really beautiful.
Thank you.
And
so
you
much.
had a very tough competition, right?
Stiff competition.
Very
to
stiff
be honest,
competition.
yes.
You know, but tell us, Obinna. Welcome again.
Thank you.
Tell us about the fashion industry, right? I mean, you heard Uti, you heard Manny, you know, talk about how we've moved from, you know, calling all sorts of names. Now we are actually projecting a lot of homegrown brand. How does that make you feel as a fashion designer in Nigeria?
To be honest, it feels so amazing. Why? Because like she was talking about her story and I lived that story. You come home and your parents buy clothes for you. Where is it from? It's from the abroad. You can only get clothes when they travel, that type of situation. So it's something that it's good. It's such a good feeling when you grow up and you're seeing people wear your stuff. I'm sure a lot of designers can attest to that. You're seeing people, random people you might not even know. They're wearing your clothes, they're buying your clothes, and it's just like everywhere you go, people are enjoying that across Nigeria. So we don't really need to depend so much on the foreign market. Not that the foreign market is bad, but it's also good to have your own. There's nothing like having your own, you know.
You know, so you know how they say that what I ordered versus what I got? Because I see this happen a lot with fashion in Nigeria. Because I think Mani was asking a very, very interesting question that how would you feel if somebody takes because you are not just a fashion designer, you draw, you create designs, you know, and you put them out there on social media, and people just see those designs and they just want to replicate it. And you told her good luck. Why would you say that? You know?
So the thing with copywriting fashion, it's to be honest, you're going to get tired. As a young designer, I'm tired. So I can imagine, okay, for example, how do you think Versace would feel if they come to Nigeria and they stroll down the street and Versace. You know, it's going to be a very tough process that even the big wigs haven't really wrapped their head around. So why would I want to really stress myself with that, bother myself with that? If you like my design and if you feel you can reproduce my design, go ahead. I'm still going to produce and I'm still going to keep thinking. The brain that brought that out is going to bring out something else. So.
Okay.
And I think that you touched on a fantastic point, because there's the confidence of understanding your gift and your talent that says, you know what, go for it. There's more where that came from. When Uwa was reading your profile, I have to salute you. Powerful profile. And a couple of names stood out for me. I mean, Emi Casbet, some amazing work with Ashoke and work here. But the one that I want to talk about is Anna Wintour.
Anna Wintour.
The dragon lady herself.
I heard it, I was like, what?
So, I'm just looking for gossip.
Oh my God, wow.
Because, you know, I mean, we watch the Met Gala and you see all these things happening. So are we going to see some of your illustrations on? Because, you know, when we're talking about Nisi Nash and Shailene Woodley, there's some interesting names happening there. So you're headed in the right direction. But what does the future hold? Where are you looking to go? What's the goal for you?
Well, you mentioned some of them. I would definitely not mind having an Omero piece on the red carpet at the Met Gala. So, amen, God, you're hearing that. But yeah, I've loved the red carpet ever since I was little. I follow up with the shows. You know, I always keep up with who's wearing what, and I make slight illustrations of my favorites, let me put it that way, and I put them out there, and I tag, well, thanks to Instagram, I tag the celebrities, and they're like, oh, nice, this is nice, and they repost it, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice. Like, I didn't know it was that easy to reach you guys, you know, but it was something nice. And about the Anna Wintour viewing, so it was thanks to Auntie Lanre da Silva. Yes, so she had a presentation organized by Vogue and a couple of big wigs, and so she made illustrations of her clothes and had presentations of her clothes and had an installation that Anna Wintour viewed. So that's how that happened.
Fantastic. Great to hear stories of paying it forward, because I mean, Larry Dasso, she's like, yeah. Awesome.
That's very, very good.
You know what? Let's take a break, because it's like it's getting interesting, but we are losing time. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
All right, thanks. If you just tuned in, we're having an amazing chat with Obinna Samuel Omero on changing the face of fashion in Nigeria. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow. All right, so Manny Money, you had a question.
Yes, so this is my question. I heard everything Uti says. I share the same views, and I love the way the fashion industry in Nigeria is evolving. And, you know, I can only imagine where we're going to be tomorrow. So even though we've come to this place, there's the good, there's the bad, there's the ugly. So the ugly is a part of what I ordered versus what I am getting. You know, there's still some designers that still don't give you what you want. That's one of them. But what I'm really interested in, you know, hearing from you about is the fact that, yes, we know that some of these designers are very good. We know that the fashion industry is doing big things, but the prices are not good. So you see, my sister turned 40 last year, and we're going to, you know, dress well, wear the big dresses, you know. So we call the big designers. And then one dress cost ₦1 million, 1.5 million naira. I think it's absurd. So if we were still going to be buying Gucci and Prada and everything, we wouldn't even spend that much. So why are these people charging us an arm and a leg for a dress?
You would spend that much and more if you were buying
if I'm to be honest, you would spend much more, you know. But okay, now I cannot say that I'm not in the system and I don't know what is involved in production. Now, if you're doing production properly, it might be expensive. If you're meeting your targets on time, if you have some type of machines, it might be expensive. Now, it's a case of, well, let me just say, going for what you can afford. Because all boils down to quality at the end of the day. So if I'm giving out a certain type of value and quality, I would probably charge for it. Let's be honest, you know. So where I would have an issue with is if I say I'm giving this type of value, but it doesn't meet up. Now, if the value meets up, why not if not? But if it doesn't meet up, then I'm going to have an issue with, okay, you charge so much for so little. I would have a problem with
but
that.
what you're saying is that some people would enjoy these new designs that we have in Nigeria, and some people would never enjoy it.
Now, let's be honest. Let's be honest, some people would enjoy and some people would not. Now, going back to those days of buying clothes from abroad, some people did enjoy, you know, the different grades. So there's something in fashion called grading. It's not like it's a copying, but okay, that this is an original stone, an original jewel, and I'm buying a plastic jewel. They look exactly the same, but those who know, exactly, the costing is different. Those who know. So I would just say it's a free world and everybody can cut their coat to their size.
To their material. But I was going to ask though, because we're talking about the changing the face of fashion in Nigeria. So outside, okay, why I like NAC, for instance, they are not designers. What they're doing, they're mass producing different kinds of clothes that you can walk into a store to pick. So I think where the pricing would be is, you know, people like you are the kind of couture, how not to speak the English, you know, for couture. Red carpets, you know, do elegant events. I called somebody today that I'm going for AMVCA. They say styling is Let me not say for air. I say for what? Am I the one collecting award? I say, please don't worry. I will wear my clothes for my wardrobe. But so I need to understand, how do we plan to do this? Because again, whether we like it or not, there's still a huge market. There's still a huge market gap where I want to start seeing that you walk into regular stores, regular boutiques and all of that, and you see ready-to-wear Nigerian designers all over the place, because the market is here, but some of those ready-to-wear, it is really shabbily done. I can't even touch it with a long pole, right? But very few have gotten it right. Like what's it called? Uti's wearing, what I'm wearing. They've gotten it right, because you've had this thing for a very long time, and it seems like I just bought it today. So how do we start to change that and have more Nigerian brands across all price range and also all pockets?
Yeah. So the thing is, there are so many designers doing great things out there and brands doing great things out there. But balancing the books at the end of the day might not be as convenient. So that's what creates the gap in the market. So you're spending so much on like production and all, but it takes your price high. Now, how do we calm down a bit is when things are generally good. I wouldn't have so much issue maybe pricing a piece that I spent hours doing with a generator like I would if there was power, and if power was good and if power was cheap. If it's an all-round situation, you can't eat your cake and have it at the same time, or you can't have your cake and eat it. Yeah, at the same time. If things are expensive generally, it's going to be expensive for everybody, and some people might not enjoy that. So if this is a plea to the government, so you can help us help you better, because I'm sure I can join hands with every designer and say they want to see their stuff everywhere. They want to see their stuff on everybody, It's not a thing of the rich versus the poor, or, everybody wants to look good and see other people look good and doing good, So if the system was much better, I'm sure prices and quality would be even, and it would be much lower.
So I'm going to move away from the quality conversation, because that is a whole show by itself. I want to touch on your other talent, which I think is the most interesting, illustration. Now, I see these gorgeous, gorgeous illustrations on Instagram. And, in my mind, I think, did you always love to draw? Did you always have the talent? It's a multifaceted question. So let me let me ask the second half of it as well. It almost seems today that every designer can draw. Is that true? So do you do this for other designers? How does that process work? Maybe just give us some insight.
Okay, so I was viewing the screen and viewing some old illustrations. Anyway, yes, I draw for my brand. I draw for other brands as well. Now, to answer one of the questions, not every designer in particular might be able to draw.
Okay.
So that's where my service comes in. So they have their creative process and all, but we just help them put it down on paper. It's always easier to move forward when you have like a plan. So the illustrations are the plan in the fashion industry. So we're looking at that, we're working with what we can see to make sure that what comes to life is exactly as it was planned out to be.
It says that you've trained over 500 students in this illustration business and counting, right?
I can't even keep count, to be honest.
So how profitable is it? So for someone that, for instance, is good with the pencil, right? Can the person say, you know what, I'm going to stick to being an illustrator all my life, and how profitable is it for young people? So you don't really, you can be, it's a value chain.
Yeah.
So you don't need to be the designer, but you can plug and play in the design industry. So how profitable is it?
It is very profitable, but requires a lot of hard work and dedication. It's not something that you just wake up and boom. Do you get? Like the pictures were showing some old illustrations, those were 2010. And now I'm looking at them like,
wow, 2010.
Did I just do that?
Did I actually do that, Because you get better the more you work on your gift, on your craft, So I would say to anyone out there who wants to be an illustrator, yes, it's good money, but it's hard work. not just physically, but mental work. You're thinking, what's the next design? What's the next this? How do I make it look better? How do I do this? A lot of mental work goes into it as well. Not everybody has to be the designer, in quotes, quote and unquote, the celebrity designer, you know. And that brings me to another point in moving fashion forward. We need to come to a place where it's an industry of different departments. So not everybody has to go the route of being the designer, being the CEO, and you know, the business owner, yes, the front runner. There are so many levels, and everybody works together as a team. I explained this to my team as well. We're a family. I'm not the best at this. That is why I have you here. And if everybody begins to understand that, you know what, I might not be able to do this on my own, but together we can go much further. If we start to apply this into the industry and, well, into the Nigerian system as a whole, we would move a lot, much more forward together, faster.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so as nice as our clothes look right now, the designers and everything, we still have this mindset that our Ankara, our natives, are for like dress down days or weddings. How do we ensure that Nigerians wear Nigerian clothes to work without that look of unseriousness, like wearing an Ankara to work on a Monday?
So
yeah, it's changing the fashion.
That's a tough and tricky one, to be honest, because this has come with it has come with so much. It's generations. We've become so used to, oh, work has to be shirt, trouser. Sure. In fact, white shirt, black trouser, and jacket on top. This is what we have come to know based on the influences we derived from the West. So I think we're at a point in time where, well, maybe starting from individuals to organizations, we need to redefine ourselves, what corporate means, what our identities mean. I can have a very serious IT company and say, you know what, guys, we're wearing t-shirts all through the week. And we kill our targets, we kill our goals. We need to come to a place where fashion is, yes, you can perceive someone by how they dress, but don't stop there. There can be something upstairs. So you should give that room for interacting with the mind and not just the appearance.
Yeah, I think that's an awesome question because, I mean, I used to work for a company where we were allowed to wear Ankara Monday to Friday. So it's really about changing dress codes and policies, but it starts with changing mindsets of leadership.
Exactly.
But given that we're talking about the business of fashion, I want to come to that side of the conversation. A lot of the thought processes for us when we think about fashion in Nigeria is still on the haute couture side. It's still on the one person, one outfit. You know, that's how design is. But if we talk about the true billion-dollar industry that fashion is, we're talking ready to wear.
Yes.
And I'd like to hear your thoughts around, because there are some brands today in Nigeria who are doing good quality ready to wear. But when you were talking about the value chain, that just sort of struck with me because I'm like, these are the areas where we can really see exponential growth in the industry. So do you have any insight into what it takes today to kick off a sizable ready to wear fashion line in today's Nigeria and today's economy?
To do that, it would take a lot of money and, well, talent, but a lot of money and a lot of mental work, because I wouldn't say the minds are not there that are thinking that way. Also, the talent is there, but a lot of times people come to different bottlenecks based on our system yet again, you know. So we have to, well, find different ways to overcome those bottlenecks. And what are those bottlenecks? You might have issues setting up a large-scale factory because, oh, it's this person's land, or it's one thing. It's always one thing or the other. But I know and I believe that there are so many different ways, and I'm sure there are people out there who are thinking that way, that there are so many different ways we can move this industry forward by giving room, and when I say giving room, yeah, there are going to be some changes that would need to be made in terms of maybe importing, less importing.
I was going to say that fabric, because if you want to talk mass production, help me out here.
Yeah.
Obina, we don't have the right quality fabrics.
No,
most of these fabrics that they
all come
in. Most of we are all importing our fabrics, and that goes to Manny's question about costing. It can't come cheap because
well, like we've been on this table and it's all going round. It all boils down at the end of the day to the system, and it's costing at the end of the day. I wouldn't buy an expensive fabric and you expect me to, sorry, I don't want to call an amount, but sew it for you and make it look nice at a very low rate.
Yeah.
I'm not even counting the hours that were put into the work, but I'm just, even the fabric alone is so much, And
even for the cotton, for instance, now if we were going to mass produce this dress, we will need a factory that has that can cut 1,000 pieces. Yes, you just program. That was what Milola was saying. That at some point she was thinking, how do I move my factory probably to Turkey or something? Because it seems like you don't have the machineries here in Nigeria to be able to mass produce, because she's tired of doing
but
one thing.
That was where I was trying to get at in that the conversation where we talk about the business of fashion. People need to see beyond the design element. So we outsource. So if you go to Turkey, if you go to China,
but if we're outsourcing, we're not taking our income out.
No, that's what I'm saying. So in terms of now insourcing, rather than you saying, I see the business of fashion as having the talent to produce, why don't I bring investors together and create the factory? So you bring me your illustrations and I mass produce.
Thank you.
And you pay me and you go and run your ready-to-wear line and you worry about your creativity. So the question was to try and say, how do we broaden the scope of understanding that the fashion industry is not just about the creative side. There's a very real business side to it. That
are you thinking what I'm thinking?
That deal with the numbers.
But when you're saying it nice, like we should just go and look for investors.
Yeah, because you have to, because some of the conversations that I've had, my own experience of the fashion space has been on the buying side, on the business side, which is why I say, and conversations that we've had with brands abroad is always, you don't want to buy Nigerian, and they say because there's no consistency, and this is what happens because you are hand cutting. Even if you're cutting by pattern, you can't replicate
how you do it.
Exactly,
there's going to be some
alterations.
And that is what an international buyer will be looking for. It's the consistency. I mean, even as great as NAC is, if you look closely, you probably find some of those inconsistencies that would not allow our brands to fly. So you find that most of the brands who have that international exposure. I remember reading about Emi Casbit when he did the first Ashoke line, phenomenal. But it's only on an haute couture basis, because even the weavers, he found them somewhere in Osun State or something, they're weaving on the traditional mills. That Ashoke is not going to come out exactly the same every single time. But you can understand that from an haute couture point of view. But when it comes to ready-to-wear,
you need a lot more machinery and manpower. And till we get the right investing, like you said, I don't see
But do you see the fashion industry, young guys like you, coming together? If there were to be an investor, Uti and I went to look for an investor, we've created a factory. We are coming.
Oh, wow.
But do you see that people would be open to that?
I'm sure people are like waiting.
I think so.
Waiting, because they're in life, one thing you see is that some people have the know-how, they don't have the means. Some people have the means, they don't have the know-how. But how do these people connect? A lot of people are just eager to find that person, that click, that connection, to push the business forward.
Absolutely. Manny, have a comment.
Okay.
So what's next? So how do you release your, what I say, is it seasonal, your collections?
How are you going to be doing it?
Well,
but who are your clients? Are you for guys alone, or you do guys and girls? Because I still love my joggers that I bought from.
That's a tricky question. Years ago. Yes, so I've come to a place where I've just focused on I focus on menswear, and I help women who can jump into menswear. Let's just keep it.
I
at
like that one that had like a jogger that had
Yeah.
a lace on one leg.
Yes, yes.
So those ones
yes,
we can buy
yes,
now.
Yes,
as
definitely,
in-
definitely.
Okay, so we
definitely.
pre-order or you have them ready to wear?
No, we would have to pre-order because it was made just for
the runway.
competition.
Oh, I really love that one. I like it. I'm going to order that. Okay.
Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying #ways, talking about changing the face of fashion in Nigeria. It is very simple and important. People want to be current and updated when it comes to fashion. You will be amazed at what people wear these days. Their quality of fashion has dropped. They really dress anyhow. Sister Uwa is correct. My dear sister Uti and Mani are real fashionistas. We love you.
Thank you, Daniel. You don't even need to tell us.
We need people to create awareness concerning fashion with the help of my dear brother in the studio, Obina. Why people travel abroad to buy clothes is because they really want to be current in fashion, because they feel that Nigeria is not current. So you can't blame them. My name is Daniel Ilo, Ways Regular.
Thank you, Daniel. So on that note, I'm going to be ordering. Please patronize our brother. This one is our own.
Buy Nigerian, yeah.
Buy Nigerian. But you know, the good thing about Obina is that I've seen your designs. I've seen what you've done. There's a bit of finesse and quality to it, right? So it's not just patronizing. Even for us, even while we are begging and soliciting, because when the vice president was saying buy Nigeria to grow Nigeria, we must, for us to sustain food security, that we must grow what we eat in this country. It's the same thing. So we we are also soliciting and begging the designers, please, when we order, let us receive let us receive
what you ordered.
Not what we did not
But
order.
thank you so much, Obina.
You're
We had a
welcome.
fantastic conversation. Thank you, Manny.
Thank you for having
Uti.
me.
Now, before we go, ensure you follow us on Instagram at Waysha Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements. Like, share, invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Dan, we need you to bring more viewers for us. So I'm watching you guys live from Lafia. Oh, thank you so much. All right. In case you missed today's quote, here it is again. Clothes are like a good meal, a good movie, and great pieces of music. It is just fantastic. We'll see you guys on Monday at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Bye-bye.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to One on One. On this episode, we'll be focusing on content creation in Africa. Now, Africa is an amazing continent with people of diverse culture and generation and gender and historical significance. Now, we're translating that diversity into the way we create our content. To discuss this with me today is technology, media and telecommunications investor. I'm going to ask her why she calls herself that. And she's also the head of music, Sub-Saharan Africa at YouTube and YouTube Music. She is Adi Awofisayo. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
What does Adi mean?
Adi is actually Adiola.
Oh.
That's my given name from my family. But when I was in college, a friend of mine, there's Adi the American doll. And she was like, oh, you're right. You remind me of Adi the American doll because it's a black doll, which we don't have, back then we didn't have a lot of. And I just was like, okay, Adi. And that stuck with me.
And how did your parents react? So you know how our parents can be like, your name is Adiola with a meaning. How did you change it to Adi?
Yeah, I mean, they said exactly that. And then they just got used to it. Like, even my dad sometimes is like, Adi. But when my mom really wants to call me, she's like, Adiola. I'm like, oh, what have I done?
So tell me, what was growing up like? What was it like growing up?
Growing up was fun, actually. So I had this very creative mindset. I used to like telling stories and making up stories. So when people come to my house, I would say, oh, let me tell you a story. And then I'll come up with this elaborate story and they will say, wait, is that real? I'll say, no, I just made it up. But growing up, I also didn't think the creative space was a space that I could actually have a career. It was just a hobby and something I liked to do. I liked to watch Tales by Moonlight and things like that. But my real job was going to be an accountant. I was going to go to school to be an accountant and learn how to count money was what I thought, and how to make money. That was what I thought, because in my household, I didn't have a role model that was in the creative space. My mom was a town planner, my dad was a pharmacist, so it was very traditional careers, and that's the path that I thought I had to take.
So what happened? What now made the switch? How did you now make the switch to
a bit of a long journey? Okay. But I think ultimately, after going to school and studying finance and working in investment banking, and I worked at Microsoft in finance, and I truly actually loved working at Microsoft. That was my first inroad into the tech world. I didn't really like finance. It was very boring to me. I was like, okay, I don't think this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. And I saw my finance directors, and I was like, oh, I don't know if that's the job I want. Like, that's not my trajectory. And so after about 4 years at Microsoft, I decided to take a year off. And I went to Jamaica. I went to work with the Clinton Foundation. I applied to grad school, went to grad school at Harvard. And then it was then I started trying to understand what it's like to have a career in the media and the entertainment sector. And I had a professor that was great, and I worked on multiple projects with him. One of it was working at Discovery. And so after I graduated, I continued on that project. Yeah. So that was my first inroad into entertainment. And and then it's just been up from there, basically.
Oh, wow, interesting. I see that you talk about your parents so fondly. You know, what life lessons have you learned from your parents?
A lot. I mean, they've had such a strong impact on me and growing up. And my mom is such a strong female role model, like someone who, I don't know how she did it, but was thriving in the workplace, but knew how to take care of her family, making sure that, before we went to school, there was food in the morning. When we come back, like there's dinner, and it's just, even now, me growing up and being married, I'm like, how did she do it? But yeah, I think my parents kind of created this very supportive home, where my dad was very supportive of my mom was very supportive of my dad, and that for me just showed me the type of life values that I want growing up.
So I'm sure they're very proud of you.
I hope so.
So let's talk about being in the tech space, being female media executive in the tech space. What was that like for you? Did you feel like I know it happens to everyone, but what was it like? Do you feel like any imposter, settling into that role? What has the experience been like when you first got in and now that you're finally like settled in?
Yeah, I think, and maybe I'm lucky that I didn't really feel that. And I think it was because I've surrounded myself with amazing role models, both females and males. Like, I'm still in touch with my very first manager at Microsoft, Diane O'Brien, who was such a strong female figure, in my career starting up, and made me realize that I could do anything that I wanted to do. And also would challenge me. Like when I thought I was thriving and I was a superstar, she would say, "Great, but what if you did this differently?" And so for me, I think surrounding myself with role models that empowered me, that supported me, that challenged me, really didn't make me feel like, oh, I'm not wanted or I'm not in the right space. So I think that for me was a big factor.
Okay, so we'll just take a quick break on that note and then we'll continue the rest of the interview. We'll just take a short break. Addie's still going to be here with us. And next up, we're going to be talking about content creation, and the rest of Africa. Please stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Thank you for staying with us on One-on-One. I still have Addie with me, and we're talking about imposter syndrome and how she settled into her current role. So Addie, you're telling me that you're still in touch with your first manager. So how did you keep that relationship?
Yeah, so LinkedIn helped. After I left, just still stayed connected on LinkedIn and sending, once you see an update, you send a congratulatory message or hello. And then I do this thing where once you tell me your birthday, I save it in my phone. So at least if I don't speak to you in the entire year on your birthday, you would get at least a message from me, because who doesn't like getting a happy birthday greeting? So that's something I've tried to that's the habit that I've tried to do to maintain keeping in touch with people.
Okay, cool. So tell us about your current role now.
Yeah, so my current role, I head up music for Sub-Saharan Africa, and I basically explain my job as the African music champion on YouTube and YouTube Music. So what that means is I help define our strategy in terms of how we are supporting African music and African artists and labels. I help also execute that strategy. So thinking about how are we bringing Africa to the world using YouTube as a platform? What are some of the initiatives that we want to put in place to make sure that people can get to experience African artists? And we have certain pillars. We want to make sure that artists and labels are making money on our platform. We want to make sure that they're getting discovered by fans. And then we also want to make sure that they're using our product to really connect with their fans. So my role is making sure that that is implemented well in Africa.
Interesting. You also describe yourself as a TMT investor. Tell me more about that.
So I have a finance background. And so making money and investing has always been of interest to me. And so once I started having a little bit of change, I decided to start investing. And I started looking at tech companies, and I started looking at fintech companies and also media and entertainment companies. So I remember telling myself that, I don't want to miss out on the next Paystack, on the next Flutter Wave. I want to make sure I'm in there early. So I joined the fund, and through that fund, we basically invest in new and upcoming businesses in the technology, media, and telecom space.
Oh wow, that's really nice. So what are the recent, recent developments or recent what's the word I'm looking for now? Startups that you've recently invested in that are locally made in Nigeria.
Yes, and the thing is, the Nigeria tech startup
Space,
ecosystem is booming, right? There's a lot of startups just coming up and a lot of innovations coming up. I can't name specific ones. But I think, again, looking at the fintech space, that's a space that is booming. You have Flutterwave, Chipper Cash, Kuda Bank, there's always one or the other that's coming up. And then even in the media space, there are a lot of people who are thinking about content discovery and content consumption. There are a lot of companies that are thinking about the creative economy because really, that's where the next gen people, you ask your nephew who's 6-year-old, what do you want to be? He's saying, I want to be a YouTuber. I want to be a gamer. You don't hear, I want to be a doctor anymore. No. So that creative economy space is definitely booming and very exciting for investors.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay, so as a female executive, in tech, what advice do you have for other females who want to, go in the same career path?
I would say surrounding yourself with mentors and people who you can learn from. That for me has been a great, a great opportunity. Just making sure that I'm surrounded by females or even males that I look up to and I can learn from. But also not being afraid to put myself out there. There's some, even this role, I don't have a music background. I've never worked in the music industry. And a lot of people who are in similar roles at other companies or even within YouTube have done, years of experience either working with a music label, working as a manager. I don't have any of that. So when this opportunity came up and I was asked to take it, I was kind of like, am I really qualified for it? But I'm like, you know what? Just believe. One, a lot of people learn on the job.
True.
Fake it till you make it, like they say, and like Rihanna said, so it's believing in yourself, challenging yourself, taking those opportunities even when you're not completely sure, and just making sure that you're going to learn and you're going to do your best.
Okay. Now, talking about music, which current artists are you listening to? Do you have any favorite artist that you...
You know what? It's so hard now being in this role and then saying I have a favorite artist. It's so funny because in December, I was going for all these concerts and everything. And then I put it up on my stories concerts in Nigeria, why are they so bougie? People are, sitting on tables and they're not having fun. I'm like, I want to have fun. And next thing, people actually thought I was just saying it as a person, as a fan going to a concert, but people thought, the head of music is saying concerts in Nigeria. I was like, So, but there are a lot of amazing artists. And I think what is also very exciting is they're all young. Yeah. Everyone coming up now, from Ira Star to Omale to Elaine to Azawi. It's like the next generation, they're killing it. They're killing it. Yeah.
Interesting. Last year, for example, I was privy to be part of the people that YouTube talked with concerning supporting the back end, because that's the thing though about Nigerian music. It's fantastic, we're global now, but the back end, training the talent manager, so tell us more about that, because I think that many people don't see, everybody just wants to blow, but we don't see how music management is important, your label and all of that. Tell us more about how YouTube is supporting African artists with this.
Yeah, and I think what we've realized is that for an artist to be successful, they need a strong team of people around them. Like you said, a lot of people just see the artist, but they don't see all the work that goes on behind them. And I also, just someone that works with a lot of artists, I see the difference, when I'm interacting with an artist and their team, between an artist that's really grounded by a strong team and an artist where, it's your friend that's managing you and both of you are figuring it out and, things like that. So there's a strong differentiation between an artist that really has a strong team. And so for us, we were like, okay, we do want to support artists. And so in order to do that, we want to make sure that we're supporting the team around them. So we came up with an initiative called Future Makers, which is supported by our music team. And we said, okay, let's look for organizations in Africa that are supporting that ecosystem, the music professionals, the managers, the lawyers, the brand people, the PR people. And Music Business Academy, which is founded by Godwin Tom, was one of it. And he's been, Godwin has been in this industry for a long time. He's seen, the challenges, he's seen the opportunities, and he started this from his own pocket. And so we decided to support him so that he can expand and do more, which is very exciting.
Yeah, nice. Okay, we're going to take another break. But before I take that break, let's talk about how Afrobeat is taking lead in the global space.
Right.
It's like it's everywhere. And, even recently over the Christmas holiday, there was a song that trended that everybody used, You Want to Bam Bam.
Bamba. Oh, God.
That every trended like all over. And then, it was when we now started seeing international superstars like Mariah Carey use.
Even Shaquille O'Neal.
Yes, and everybody was like, oh my goodness. So tell us, because you handle this right now. So tell us, tell us about this.
I think what has been so interesting is now music has no barrier, right? Music can travel anywhere without a plane. And so that's really exciting. I used to say that back in the days, if you have a friend or a cousin in London and they wanted to hear the music from Nigeria, you probably needed someone to take a CD to travel and take it to them. But now they can go on YouTube, they can go on any digital platform and discover and experience an artist. And that has really helped, our music, our Afrobeats, our African music travel and reach places that even the artist is like, I've never been there. I've never been to India, but yes, they're playing my song in, an Indian radio, an Indian club. So I think technology has played such a huge role in really propelling, and I don't even think we're there yet. Like, see what's happening with K-pop.
Yes.
Like, there's still so much growth for us, and even when the internet becomes, like my friend would say, pure water, where anyone can really afford it, we're gonna have more and more people on the internet, more and more people consuming music, and that is going to continue to just grow, our music fan base. And I'm just excited I'm in this space right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I'm so glad that I'm able to experience this in my time. Yeah. Okay, we'll just take a quick break. When we come back from the break, we'll continue this conversation. Stay with us.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thank you for staying with us, and if you're just tuning in, this is One on One. My name is Fumi Unwa Jefe, and I have Adi with me. We're talking about everything. Now, the content industry is booming, especially the short video market. In 2020, the global influencer market was valued at $9 billion US. Now, that's according to Tech Cabal. How can more people get into that market share, Adi?
I would say create a solution. Create a solution, figure out what the problem is, or find a problem and create a solution for people. And I think, like you said, the short video space has started booming, right? So we've seen like the arrivals of platforms like TikTok, right?
Yes.
Which created a no barrier to becoming a content creator, to becoming a superstar, becoming an influencer. You hear stories of is it Kabi, the Senegalese boy who's, is it Italy, and now he's like the top.
It's one of the wealthiest now.
Yeah, like the top, third most followed on,
exactly.
And so it's just amazing to see. And so for us at YouTube, we created a feature called Shorts because we realized that long form, while long form is there and it's not going anywhere, people want to consume content quickly, faster, in a very short time frame, but people also want to create just shorts videos. So we create a feature of Shorts where you can basically become a creator on your phone, on your mobile phone, and I remember a lot of creators when I speak to them about why they're not on YouTube or why they don't feel like they're consistent on YouTube. They feel like, in order to be a YouTuber, I need a big camera, I need a space, I need a studio space. And now with Shorts, from the comfort of your home, with your mobile phone, you can become a creator. And it's just really exciting.
All right, so thank you for talking about Shorts, because that goes to my next question. You know that in 2021, TikTok was the most visited, even beating Google, for example. And then you guys have created this Shorts. So what has the reception been like in the time that you have created? Because it's always hard to move. So for example, Facebook created Reels to try and also go with TikTok, but many people still go on TikTok, create their content, and now bring it on Instagram and post it. So what has the reception been like for YouTube Shorts? Has it grown compared to, or when you created it, has it met the target that you set out to create it for?
I think what we've basically done is create another way for creators to create content and create another way for users to consume content. So we're seeing a lot of OG YouTubers who create their long form videos still create Shorts, right? Still create Shorts as a way to reach a new audience that may not want to watch a 10-minute video, especially in a market where data is still, a barrier. And for those who are not on YouTube, Shorts is sort of their inroad to YouTube, right? They're building an audience. Wayne Magician, he's a creator in South Africa. He's one of the, biggest creators in short form, and he always had a YouTube channel, but didn't know, because his content is very short, so didn't know how to, make it longer for it to fit the long form format on YouTube. And then when Shorts came, he started creating Shorts, and he saw his channel grow like almost 60% in a couple of months. And so we're seeing Shorts bring a lot of new types of creators to the platform.
Okay, cool. I wanted to also find out from you about the creative community. This is totally different from the music community. What is YouTube doing for the creative community in Africa?
Yeah, so I think for us, creators are the what do you call it? The bread of YouTube, right? They're the ones that a lot of fans come to YouTube to come and find out what their favorite creator is doing. And since my previous role actually, which was looking after creators in sub-Saharan Africa, we did things like Next Up, where we basically took 20 creators across South Africa and Nigeria, put them in a boot camp, and gave them a lot of resources in terms of information, just training them on how they can grow their channel, how they can build an audience, how they can become a brand. Because a lot of creators start on creating as a hobby, and then they build this massive audience. Brands are reaching out to them saying, how much is your rate card? And some people are like, rate card? Exactly. What are you talking about? So we really help them figure out how they can build a business, because a lot of creators become business owners just by starting a YouTube channel. Zilicious Food, she's gone on to create merch. She's gone on to create, her own cooking show. Like, she's gone on to have businesses just from starting, a cooking channel from her home.
Interesting. That's the power of media. So, okay, now let's talk about the streaming platforms. The global streaming now has become a fantastic thing, especially for music producers and music artists, because they're able to earn money. If you remember, sometime was it 2021 or 2020? There was an issue that happened on Apple Music where someone had taken Wizkid's album and totally just made money off it. He called himself the Wise Kid, and then he made money. I don't know if you're aware of that story, because I wanted to. Okay, so let me just try and summarize it. So there was this guy that took Wizkid's album. Bottom line, he was able to earn money off Wizkid's album alongside with this. I think he made about 30 million naira.
Oh, wow.
So I wanted to find out, on YouTube, how do you ensure that this doesn't happen where somebody, because you know, like every time when you open the YouTube page, you see official video, unofficial video, and all of those things. How? Because YouTube pays for this stream. So how do you ensure that the artist, the original creator of the content, earns money than somebody else just earning off?
Right. So we have a strong copyright. We have a strong sort of copyright policy, and we have a tool called Content ID. Basically, what Content ID does is it scans to make sure that if you've uploaded content of someone else, that person can either take it down. They can either earn, they can decide, okay, I'm just the money that you're earning on your video will transfer to me. Or they can just leave it alone, right? So for example, using Wizkid's label would have Content ID. And so if anyone else, if fans are creating, their own versions of Essence and they are putting it up, the label has the decision for using Content ID to either take down those videos, or they will decide to just take the revenue from those videos, or they will decide to leave the videos on, and that allows. Because there's some people that want their fans to recreate videos. We're just talking about you want to Bamba. There's all these recreations, all these challenges. So they leave it because they want. That helps also with the ecosystem. But our Content ID system makes sure that if you're unauthorized, you will not be able to earn from someone else's work.
Okay, fantastic. So recently I know that YouTube reviewed the payment for streaming, and yes. So what's the payment plan? Because someone argued with me and saying, oh, what we get paid here in Nigeria is different from what content creators get paid in the US and everything. And I was like, no, I don't think so. I just think that they just put the rates. How much do you get paid per stream? And is there like a flat rate across board? So if I post from the US or I post from in Nigeria, is it like the same rate?
Yeah, so on YouTube, we have something called CPM, right? Cost per milli. So for a content creator that is uploading from Nigeria, if your views actually are coming from the United States, the CPMs in the US are bigger. Why? Because the digital advertising market is bigger, because a lot more advertisers are putting their money in digital. Whereas in Nigeria and other parts of Africa, a lot of advertisers are still putting their money on TV and radio, right? Because that's where they feel majority of the audience are. And so for now, the CPMs in Nigeria and some parts of Africa are not as high as the CPMs in the US. So if you're a creator and you put a video on YouTube and you monetize that, you're monetizing that video, but 90% of your views are coming from Nigeria, you might earn X. Whereas, if you're a creator from Nigeria, you put your video on YouTube, but 90% are coming from the US or another market where the CPMs are higher, you would earn more than X. So it's really about where your views are coming from, not where you, because people are like, oh, I'm a Nigerian, so that's why I'm not earning.
Oh, so you answered that question as well.
Yes, okay. I have, but it's not about where you're from. It's about where your audience is and what the digital advertising market looks like in that market.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, that's all the time we have. We're going to try, because I know it was a lot of work trying to get you here to complete this interview today. But thank you so much for your time. I really, really appreciate it. And I'll be talking to you about investing and looking at which fintech to switch. So thank you so much, Addie, for your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me
again. Okay. Thank you for staying with us on this episode of One-on-One. You will agree with me that the time spent with Addie today has been fantastic. It has been worthwhile. I've learned so much from her. So we're going to end this episode and see you again on another episode of One-on-One. Enjoy the rest of your day. My name is Fumi Unwajefe.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good afternoon, I am Destiny Momo. This is the news update. The Supreme Court has scheduled hearing for May 19 in the suit by President Muhammadu Buhari and the Attorney General of the Federation, AGF, and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami. The scheduling is not only reflected in the court's case list for the week, but the parties have since been served hearing notices. The suit filed on April 29, 2022, has the National Assembly listed as the sole defendant. The plaintiffs are contending, among others, that the said section of the Electoral Act 2022 is in conflict with constitutional provisions. Meanwhile, the Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed May 24 for the definite hearing in a suit instituted against President Muhammadu Buhari by the PDP on Section 84, 11 and 12 of the Electoral Act 2022. And Justice Inyang fixed the date today to enable the President and PDP address the court on the effect of the judgment of the Court of Appeal in Abuja, which declared the contentious Section 84.12 as unconstitutional, null and void. And the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has ordered the Accountant General of the Federation to immediately halt the distribution of more than 1 trillion naira due to oil-producing states pending the determination of the suit before it. The trial judge in the matter, Justice A.R. Mohammed, in an interim injunction, held that the distribution of the derivation funds without the indices of the revenue, mobilization, allocation and fiscal commission was injurious to the applicant, which is the Imo State government. And also ASU and the Joint Action Committee of the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions and Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities have said the federal government did not reach a strong agreement with them that can lead to calling off the industrial actions. All the university unions in the country are currently on strike. ASU started its strike on February 14, 2022, and JAC commenced its own on April 14, I beg your pardon. The unions embarked on industrial actions while demanding improved welfare packages, better working conditions, and implementation of various labor agreements signed with the federal government between 2009 and 2020. The national leaders of ASU and JC of SANU and NASU, Professor Emmanuel Oshodeke and Mr. Mohammed Ibrahim, respectively, told reporters that the federal government and all stakeholders in the education sector and religious leaders had a meeting with the 4 unions, but no strong agreements were reached. The Minister of Labour and Employment, Senator Chris Ngige, was quoted in a report at the weekend as saying, "We had a cordial and fruitful discussion. We looked at the issues dispassionately and reached some agreements to the satisfaction of everybody in attendance." But Oshodeke said Ngige's claim after the meeting that the unions will call off the ongoing strike this week was a political statement. Police in Anambra have confirmed the burning of the headquarters of the Idemili North local government area in Ugidi, Anambra, in the early hours of today. Combined response by security operatives and the natives helped to repel the criminals. The Magistrate Court building and office of the Enugu Electricity Distribution Company, EEDC, within the complex were also affected. Also, the police in Anambra State has confirmed the kidnapping of Mr. Okechukwu Okoye, a lawmaker representing Agwata Constituency 1 in the State House of Assembly. Okoye was kidnapped in Agwata yesterday. His black Sienna bus, which he was driving before the incident, had been recovered. And also killed was a member of a vigilante group who was on a motorcycle in Oko Town, Anambra, yesterday. Normalcy has been restored to the area, but the police urged everyone to remain calm while being safety conscious. And the Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal has relaxed the curfew imposed as a result of the violent protest that trailed the arrest of suspects linked to the murder of Deborah Samuel. And Governor Tambuwal relaxed the curfew after receiving briefing from security agencies in the state. The revised curfew will now be from dusk to dawn in Sokoto Township, and this is with a view to affording people the window to pursue their legitimate businesses and means of livelihood. And weeks after the Abuja-Kaduna train attack, Northern Women Association and Interfaith Group have organized special prayers for victims still in captivity. They are also seeking divine intervention over the worsening insecurity and other challenges bedeviling the nation. Our correspondent Abila Darafay reports as presented from our studios.
Hundreds of women, religious interfaith groups and children have converged here to seek God's help for the safe release of the abducted train passengers. On March the 28th, the terrorists attacked the train, killing 9 passengers and abducting 62, including a pregnant woman and an 85-year-old woman. The president of the Jamaiya Matan Arewa, JMA, Haji Rabi Salawa, says women must lend their voices to this cause, considering the pains parents go through with a mass abduction on a daily basis.
When we are mothers, we feel that the pain of those families that were affected. The only thing we have is prayers. So we decided to call the family members and our women and our religious leaders. As you can see, Khan is here, JNI is here. Let them pray for Ariwa. Let them pray for these victims. Let them also pray for our leaders to guide them, to give them the wherewithal for them to do what is right.
The chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, Kaduna State Chapter, Reverend Joseph Hayab, says insecurity and evils are on the rise in the society, and as such, everyone must come together to fight the scourge.
People of faith, we will not give up praying just because evil continues to grow. We believe in God, we believe in His intervention, and we know He's going to intervene. So we are joining the families and joining all others well-wishers to seek the face of God, that very soon our brothers and sisters who have been in this bush for a long time will come back. Governance is about protecting lives and properties. If you don't protect me, even if you build everything for me, I can use them because they are not useful to me. So protection of lives and property becomes the most ideal things we want today in Nigeria. We need 2 things, freedom and protection of lives and properties.
Also, renowned Islamic scholar Sheikh Ahmed Gumi says the leader are pushing Nigerians into crimes because of the hardship in the land. He lamented that leaders are busy seeking political offices ahead of 2023, while 62 Nigerians are being held captive.
We should do whatever we can do to get them out first. These people are in the bush, they cannot run away. They're in the bush, they cannot run away. So we just answer their needs immediately and free the victims. And we pray that it will not happen again to anybody. And we pray that this nation will unite together and Allah will bring tranquility in the nation so that we prosper. Because with this insecurity, we don't see any development coming. So we want the government to be proactive, to consult with people who are genuinely looking for this situation. This is no time for blaming other people. It's time to come together and see how that we get out of this problem.
They urged families of the victims to hope on God, believing that they will be reunited with their loved ones soon. Hundreds of women released.
And now news from other parts of Africa. Around 40 people, many of them civilian volunteers with the army, have been killed in jihadist attacks in northern and eastern Burkina Faso. In the northern region of Sahel on Saturday, around 25 people were killed, including 13 members of the VDP volunteer force. In the southeast, about 15 civilians were killed when their convoy was attacked while it was under escort. And from news outside Africa, Russian President Vladimir Putin today met his Tajikistan's counterpart, Emomali Rahmon, ahead of the annual summit of the Collective Security Treaty Organization, CSTO, in Moscow. The military alliance, which is sometimes called Moscow's answer to NATO, draws on the armed forces of its 6 members: Russia, Belarus, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Russia, with overall active forces of 900,000, is by far the CSTO's most powerful member. And it's time for business news. Nigerians' inflation rose to 16.82% in April 2022, following a similar uptick recorded in the previous month as a result of the increase in energy and food prices. And this represents the highest rate recorded since August 2021. This is according to the recently released Consumer Price Index report released by the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS. The Consumer Price Index, which measures the rate of inflation, rose by 16.82% year-on-year in April 2022, which is 0.9% points higher than the 15.92% recorded in the previous month of March 2022 on a month-on-month basis. The headline index increased by 1.76% in April 2022 compared to 1.74% increase recorded in the previous month. Similarly, the urban inflation rate increased to 17.35% year-on-year in April 2022 from 18.68% recorded in April 2021, while the rural inflation rate increased to 16.32% in April 2022 from 17.57% in April 2021. And still on business news, the airline operators of Nigeria have announced plans to disrupt scheduled flight operations over the scarcity of aviation fuel. However, the association and its members are in alliance with product marketers, government and relevant stakeholders to ensure availability and proper pricing of aviation fuel in the country. They plead the understanding of the flying public in the face of this reality. They also promise to do all that is necessary and within their powers to restore normal flight schedules as soon as possible. And on entertainment news, almost 2,400 people required medical treatment following the Travis Scott's deadly Astroworld Music Festival. The information came from a new document filed on May 9 on behalf of some of the victims. The document detailed injuries that required both extensive and less extensive treatment following the tragic event of November 5, 2021. According to the document, 732 people received extensive treatment for injuries incurred at the festival. Another 1,649 people required less extensive treatment, and over 2,500 cases are still under review. And on sports news, Joseph Peseiro has been named as the Super Eagles head coach month after his initial deal with Nigeria Football Federation collapsed. An NFF statement said the appointment is with immediate effect, subject to the signing of agreed terms between the football body and the Portuguese. And Peseiro is expected to lead out the Super Eagles for the first time during the upcoming tour of the United States of America, during which the three-time African champion will slug it out with Mexico and Ecuador A teams in prestige friendlies. The Eagles will tangle with the treat at the AT&T Stadium in Dallas, the state of Texas, on the 28th May, before flying to New Jersey to confront Ecuador at the Red Bull Arena in Harrison on Thursday, 2nd June. The educationist with a degree in physical education, sports sciences, will be assisted by former international George Finidi. Salisu Yusuf will now serve as the second assistant as well as head coach of the Chan and under-23 national teams. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Destiny Marmo. Many thanks for watching.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God. The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment on winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
My father has a lot of sides, and you hear about the fights. You don't hear about family that much and what that meant to him.
What's your dad's name?
Muhammad Ali.
No one, not even some members of his family, knew of the existence of these audio tapes until recently.
Mariam, you're now 11 years old.
They thread the narrative of the boxing champion's life in Claire Lewis's documentary. Ali's daughter, Hannah, offered the tapes to Lewis.
Say, I love my daddy.
I love my daddy. I love my poo-poo head daddy.
Okay.
My father was always conscious about history. And, I think that's one of the reasons why he made this series of audio tape cassette recordings.
Say, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
The film shows the whole world in love with him, Testimonials of friends and adversaries paint the Olympian and three-time boxing champion Cassius Clay, later Muslim convert Muhammad Ali, as a sensitive, poignant, and courageous man. Because he refused to serve in the Vietnam War, he was stripped of his championship title, and his boxing license was revoked. His close friend, former football player Jim Brown, remembers.
He had a lot of courage. The risk he had to take and then to be isolated, to have his crown taken away, not be able to make a living, that was difficult.
But he stuck to his convictions, and in 1974, at the age of 32, Ali made a comeback.
When George Foreman meets me, he'll pay his debt. I can drown a drink of water and kill a dead tree. Wait till you see Muhammad Ali.
He defeated formidable George Foreman and recaptured his title.
I get into the ring with the guy, I bluffed him, I done everything. Beat him up basically for about 5 or 6 rounds. I thought it was easy. Then about the 6th round, he whispered in my ear after I'd hit him in the side, "That all you got, George?" And that was about all I had.
I Am Ali does not say much about his broken marriages, but it highlights his bond with his children.
I was the Concorde of boxing. I was at a high altitude than the rest, moving fast.
As Ali has aged, we hear him begin to slur his words, a sign of developing Parkinson's disease. He finally retired in the late 1970s, and in the mid-80s he was diagnosed with Parkinson's. But to the world and his children, he remains an icon of power and grace.
If anyone wonder why me, Muhammad Ali, is making these tapes, is because history's so beautiful.
Penelope Pulu, VOA News, Washington.
How long were you going to live in denial? Suppressing what was right in front of you all these years? You have to understand. I was all he ever had. Besides, he had a troubled childhood, and he stole mine. When little girls were being little girls, I was a slave in my own home. Broken and afraid, right in the place where I was supposed to feel safe. I kept you safe. How? Well, I took care of you when your deadbeat father was running the streets with those whores. I was left with 4 kids to take care of. I fed you. I gave you shelter. I clothed you and I paid your fees. My back was on the ground like a horse day and night. But your brother raped me. Oh, bless your... He did, okay? He did, and you know it. I said, you know this. He did. Cannot do that. For 5 miserable years, right under your nose. You were supposed to protect me and I came to you, I did, and you called me a little liar, said I should be ashamed of myself, and I have carried that shame all my life. I was the child. You were my mother and you did nothing. He is not perfect. No one is. You're not, I am not, but he loved you all dearly. He was a good man. He was the only help that I had. He took you to school. He cooked. He cleaned. He did everything. Oh, cut the crap, Mom. Cut it off. You were a child. And you know, those days, you were something else. You had this wild imagination, and I figured it was all coming from. I can't believe you. I can't believe you're sitting here trying to rationalize and make excuses for that predator and for failing as a mother. You ungrateful child. After all I went through for you, you then sit there and chastise me? Do you know what I went through? Do you? The mental torture, the physical and emotional abuse that I had to endure. Oh, you think you're the only one that went through dark times? Well, I did. I endured and I stayed back for my children, for you. No one asked you to. That is what one is supposed to do. My mother, my grandmother, all the women before me, they all did it. They never let out the secret. They were there. They forgave. They forgot. They bore the pain for their children and family. We were never a family, Mom. We weren't a family. We were broken. You should have taken us. You should have run as fast and as far as your legs could carry you. We would have been better off on the streets than in that house. But you were weak. And we had to pay the price. Everything is not always black and white. You women of this generation with your modern day ideologies and feminism, all you want to do is talk about everything. Let me tell you, we paid the price for you. We bore the pain so you will have a shot at life. We gave you that voice that you're using to speak so loudly and condescending with. So you don't sit there and judge me. You failed. Okay? And it's fine. It's okay to admit it. You failed. I raised my little girls with a nagging pain and a constant fear of neglect. So paranoid that I might make a mistake and repeat the same cycle. I see it now. I come from a line of broken and subdued women. But it ends. The cycle ends with me. More. I forgive you. And I hope that you find healing for your soul as I do mine.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows. And for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the Lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know. raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating, because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work, and the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially it was just in patches, and then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray costs 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight, and I administered it for a year and a half. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted a solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed, and I became suicidal as well. So at some point I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015 when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet, and I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition. Like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video. You get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshudat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk. I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you're aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is. And they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness. Because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nike Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have Anjonu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think Anjonu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the Anjonu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. And the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really, it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her. And the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least what I would say, some studies have shown that is one of top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really, really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if we talk in the general population, maybe no, but if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get. And some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam, or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like, I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier, that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization, because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, by no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
In preparation for 2023 presidential elections, the National Judicial Council has issued a new policy on political and election-related cases to courts. And the People's Democratic Party abandons zoning and throws open the presidential ticket. This is Plus Politics. I'm Mary Anna Cole. The National Judicial Council has issued a new policy direction on the handling of political and election-related cases. As such, suits begin to flood Nigerian courts ahead of the 2023 general elections. The new policy issued by the NJC's meeting gives strict rules to politicians on where they should file their political and election-related cases. Announced by the NJC's Information Director, Sojioye, the new policy also contains rules on how heads of courts and judges must handle suits that have been ruled upon by a coordinate jurisdiction. The statement said the NJC issued the new policy to prevent another wave of conflicting decisions from courts of coordinate jurisdiction. The new policy, according to the NJC, takes immediate effect. Well, joining us to discuss this is Jide Ologun. He's a legal practitioner. Thank you so much, Mr. Ologun, for joining us.
Sure.
Great. Let's start by looking at all the things that have happened in the judiciary, of course, with the elections over the years that has led the NJC to this position. I mean, just recently we had two conflicting court orders that made the CJN, of course, come out to say this cannot happen again. But then the question is, even though this has been put out by the NJC, how realistic, how workable is it, and will Nigerians, including the politicians, abide by it?
You know, with the experiences we have had, we expect that this time around, the Judicial Council will proceed to ensure that these laws are enforced, because we cannot outrightly say that before now we don't have rules and regulations that the judges are expected to follow. And the National Judicial Council remains an executive body established by the federal government, in line with the provisions of Section 153, Nigeria Constitution 1999 as amended, to protect the judiciary of Nigeria from the whims and caprices of the executive primarily, and of course by extension to ensure that the judiciary functions in a way that justice is delivered to the people. And like you brilliantly mentioned earlier, we've had instances where you have cross ex parte orders being given by courts of coordinate jurisdiction. And that is what the National Judicial Council is trying to put a stop to now. A very recent example is the fact on the new Electoral Act 2022 as amended, particularly Section 84 subsection 12, that stipulates that political appointees must resign from their offices at least 30 days before the primaries. And somebody now went to court all the way in Abia State, and a judge trying to position this new provision with the provisions of the Constitution declared it null and void, and that it should be expunged from the new amendment. And of course, that may be the position of the law, but when you clearly try to identify that who is a political appointee and who is a civil servant, the Constitution is also clear on that. But interestingly, the appellate court has ruled that that provision contravenes the fundamental human rights as we have in our Constitution, but discountenance the decision of the court in Abia State by virtue of jurisdiction and the fact that the person that went to court does not have a local standard. And we call that, what interest do you have to have gone to court? So you see a situation where we paint the picture of what we call forum shopping, going to a court where you are likely to get favor. And the National Judicial Council is rising up now to say, we will not allow it to continue. If the judiciary is entrusted with the mandate of justice, then justice should not just only be done, but clearly seem to have been done. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., he said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, and that we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. So, and whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. So if we allow the justice system to be derailed, definitely the impact will be felt by the society, in the health sector, in the economy, everywhere. Because what Section 15, subsection 5 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended says is that the state shall abolish corrupt practices and abuse of office. So justice must be able to stand tall in our society.
Talking about justice standing tall, I mean, just like I said, in December last year, the NJC had to sanction about 3 High Court judges after issuing conflicting court decisions on political cases with the same subject matter. Now, the councils have also warned various heads of courts to put a stop to such embarrassing conducts of their judges in the various jurisdictions. But my question is, this is the season where we're going to have these suits and counter suits. What are the measures? Because you see, I feel like we in this country have several laws that may have covered almost everything, but we always find a way or look for loopholes. And half the time, they're double standards. What are the measures are there that may be put in place to ensure, like you said, the enforcement or strict adherence to what the council has put out? Because it's okay, it's all fine and dandy to put this out, but what is the assurance that we will not see the same things play out that we've seen year in, year out for the election cycles?
Lovely question. And I think I have partly answered that by saying that these rules need to be enforced by whoever is rolling them out. And brilliantly, the Judicial Council is addressing the issue of jurisdiction. And one of the highlights of these new rules is that any suit that the outcome will likely have an effect or compel persons of actions beyond the territorial jurisdiction of any state must be filed at the High Court or the Federal Territory, Abuja. So that puts a stop to, for the example I just gave, where somebody will rush down to Abia State. And where there is a case within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Federal High Court, the due policy says they shall be filed or received at Abuja and assigned by the Chief Judge of the court. And it further states that all such suits within the course of action that arises in the state and the relief sought or declarations, within the state's territory with no consequence outside the state, they shall be filed, received, or heard only in that state. So you don't say that you are not satisfied with the decision of the High Court in Lagos State, for instance, and you start rushing to Osun State. You see, so they are trying to make rules and policies that will ensure that justice is actually transparent. Because, like all those cross ex parte decisions that brought embarrassments recently, that led to the sanctioning of some of the judges. We need to prevent all this. But you see, we have laid much emphasis on ex parte order. But in the words of Justice Rose Bibo, one of the justices in the Supreme Court of Nigeria, he is of the opinion that ex parte order must remain a part and parcel of our justice system due to its utility, because there are certain conditions that must be met before the grant of the ex parte order. And in such situation, there is a likely irreparable or serious miscarriage of justice that will result if that order is refused. And what is ex parte order? An order sought and obtained without putting the other party on notice. You recall that recently the governor of Central Bank rushed to court asking the court to grant an injunction against INEC and then the Attorney General of the Federation in respect of his intention to declare and obtain nomination form for the presidency of Nigeria. And the Honorable Justice said, no, this is not serious enough, put the other parties on notice. Let them come and show cause or refuse or allow me to grant the order. So justice is declared to be the umpire in the society. See, the legislative arm will make the laws, the executive arm will execute the law, and the judiciary will interpret. And when the judiciary begins to lose the confidence of the people, it's a very dangerous development. It was Blaise Pascal who said that justice and power must be brought together so that whatever is just may be powerful and whatever is powerful may be just. If not, we'll be creating confusion in our society. That is why we must commend the noble intervention of National Judicial Council in ensuring that we follow the path of honor, trying to adjudicate in the temples of justice.
I want to take you back to some things that the president had mentioned, I think, in his first tenure about, election tribunals. And of course, I remember lots of people argued about the manpower. They talked about personnel, judges to sit on these tribunals. So I'm trying to understand if this is some form of, let's say, a bridge between the election tribunal and the average court system. But again, if this is going to be just in Abuja and subject to states, depending on where the cases are, how fast can these processes be? Again, let's not forget that the majority of the problems that we've had, in fact, the reason why our election calendar is the way it is right now is because of the suits and the counter suits and the cases of, arising from elections. And so we now have Ekiti and Osun and we have the likes of Anambra in November of 2021. So what is the assurance again that this would bridge all of those gaps that have already been, created within the electoral system? Do we see fast tracking of these judgments, or is it just going to even slow it down further, being that the courts in Abuja might be saddled with more and more cases than it's ever been able to handle?
It's a function of efficiency and effectiveness, and we need to look at the macro environment. We have the requisite infrastructure and the superstructure to support effectiveness. And when I talk about infrastructure, you talk about the facilities. Yeah, it's fantastic. When you get to the Supreme Court in Abuja, you'll be glad that you have such facilities in the country. But the story is not the same in many courts. There are courts you get to sometimes there's no electricity. And the judges or magistrates would have to struggle, to sit on these cases. And you talk about the workload. I can let you know that even in the Supreme Court of Nigeria, the courts may be dealing with cases of 2008. So there are various challenges that we can upscale. But what are we making available to support the system? And again, talking about the manpower, can we claim that we have justices and judges and magistrates, who serve in the temple of justice, that can fully concentrate on that career, that we don't need to combine other businesses with what they do, given the economic situation in the country? So these are some of the several issues that affect us. These are general issues, not just in the judiciary. And that is why sometimes you find out that even members of the National Assembly that should be in the National Assembly making laws for the country are busy running after contracts and, running after importation of goods and services to make ends meet in quote, despite all the huge allowances they collect. So we need to build a system that allows people to focus on what they have been mandated to carry out. You see, and in this age of IT, it should not be a serious burden to dispense justice. I can let you know we have a lot of challenges, challenges. I mean, new judges are, brought on board to support the system, and you constitute this tribunal when necessary. But given the fact that for many years we've had a lot of backlogs, then you must be concerned that we need to clean up the space to give room for efficiency and effectiveness. Because I must say that some judges are really working against it. I've been in a court at the time, and I really commend the magistrate who was in Ogba in Lagos here. for working under such a very harsh condition. But just because she was diligent, another magistrate would have adjourned all the cases and asked you to come back at another time, because they have that discretion. So those are the issues we have in the country. We need to upscale our environment, our working environment, and the mindset, the attitude to work to ensure that we deliver. And that also brings the time frame into it, knowing that whoever comes to court is in court because justice is desired, you know.
Yeah, because I was going to ask also, because you're saying an upgrade in infrastructure, an upgrade in the working environment. And I'm looking at the time frame. The primaries for the political parties is just around the corner. And before we know it, elections will be here. Is there even enough time for that upscale to happen? Again, do we, and this question is solely for you at your own discretion, do you see the government in a position to do that upscaling, to make sure that it happens? And when I'm talking about the government, I'm talking about those who have been elected, or appointed by Mr. President to oversee the judiciary. Do we see them pushing for those upgrades or the upscaling that you're talking about? And these changes that must be done to fast track and reduce the workload, can it be done within the time that we have before the elections in itself begins?
Brilliant question. And I can let you know that in Nigeria, all things are possible. Let me bring the experience we had in the aviation sector recently, when the aviators, even expressed intention to down tools. We saw how quickly the National Assembly, decided to gather to intervene, and a top personality spoke to them, and that was suspended because the high and mighty are afraid to travel by road because of the state of insecurity. But that could not be done in the case of ASU. So it's a matter of priority. You see, okay, let me bring another case. The Section 4 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended says that the National Assembly shall make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of Nigeria. And you expect diligence in that. But sometimes it drags on and on and on and on. But right now we have the amendment of the Electoral Act to accommodate statutory delegates. And we can all see the speed at which that law is being amended. So it's a matter of how well it affects them. I can let you know, after all, you've seen how about 4 trillion naira we mobilized to attend to subsidy and things like that. So the interest on the higher market and the interest of the general populace.
But you see, the explanation that you gave, or the example that you gave about the aviation sector, that's more urgent and expedient for the politician. But then for some people, it might just be great if certain things drag out in court and delay the process. So it's a win-win for certain politicians. But I really don't know what would make it urgent for the average politician, other than maybe them also saying, oh well, we're shutting down and downing tools. And I'm not sure that we will see that coming from the judiciary anytime soon, will we?
I use that illustration to tell you that if it is important, there will be a way to attend to it. Like they say, if there is a will, there is a way. And let me say this, as a lawyer, I know the enormous discretion that judges have in their courts. I must at this point commend Justice Kanyib of the National Industrial Court. We were in that court on a particular day. We started sitting, I think, around 9 a.m. And this justice did not rise until about 6 p.m. And he will tell you, I'm not just here to listen to your cases. I am judged by the number of cases I conclude. So if, for instance, you come with frivolous excuse to waste the time of the court, he is the one that will throw out your excuses and give you a specific time frame. You have to come back to me next week, so day, to come and prove your case. Recall that recently, during the prosecution of Nnamdi Kanu, the law enforcement agents came to court and said they could not bring Nnamdi Kanu to court for logistic reasons. I mean, the judge could have said, what is the logistic? Is it vehicle? Then go to my pool of vehicles, get 2 Helios vans, get my orderlies, and go and bring him here. So those who are in the temple of justice, they have enormous power to deliver on justice. And that is why sometimes some people suspect that, okay, maybe they are being manipulated. Let me tell you, naturally, with the crop of politicians we have in Nigeria, some of them just want to waste time and throw spanners. But when they realize that the courts will not allow any frivolity, for example, you come to court with a frivolous matter, the judges have the latitude to slam you with heavy damages. They slam you with serious monetary sanction, and then next time you don't think about it. But in a situation where we are even beginning to make laws now, that if a candidate presents fraudulent documents in terms of credentials, it's only another candidate that is contesting that can sue on it. So by some disturbing extensions, we are even trying to water down the dictates of justice. But by and large, if we want seriousness in the judiciary, we can create that seriousness. I've been in court when the judges will say, no, I'm stepping down this case. I will attend to you by 2 p.m. So go and get in touch with your other colleague, and this case must go on. I have 2 more adjournments for you. Don't waste the time of the court. So these are issues. But for some judges who are overwhelmed with different kinds of cases, and some lawyers also will naturally come to waste time, bring in different kinds of applications. But what some judges do is to harmonize everything and say, no, this application is not necessary in this instant case. Prove this or I foreclose your matter. So it's a collective responsibility to ensure that we upscale the respect that is allotted to the judiciary. So it's not just a one-way traffic, but I'm saying that these are all possibilities. They are all possible if we decide to make way for it and make effectiveness the order of the judiciary.
How can the judiciary even, because I think the litmus test in as to if the judiciary has changed its ways or will be serving or will be, as we always say here in Nigeria, the hope of the common person is in these elections and the season. How can the judiciary regain the trust of the average Nigerian, the public? Because we're all looking, many have lost hope in the judiciary. Many have pointed fingers. Many have said that they've sold themselves short, whether it be the bench or, the average lawyer. We've had those concerns over time. Do we see the judiciary trying to right those wrongs in 2023, even as they attend to issues that pertain to the elections? In closing.
The essence of justice is to help us have a sanitized society. And I have said it. You see, in the judiciary environment, we have the bench and the bar. The bench talks about the judges and the magistrates, and the bar, the lawyers. And the bench can regulate the bar. I don't come and waste my time. I just said it, that go this way or I throw your matter out, then we go elsewhere. And one of the new rules now, which is fantastic, is that if there is a decision in a court of ordinary jurisdiction, for example, you got a decision in Lagos High Court, you cannot go to Oyo on the same facts. You can only go and appeal. Some people will go and start afresh, and that is if the judge in Oyo says, no, I've read about this case, I've heard about it in the news. Why are you before my court? I don't have time for you. Go to the Court of Appeal. And the Court of Appeal is ready to attend to it quickly. We move forward. And let me say this. Francis Bacon said, if we do not maintain justice, justice will not maintain us. So we need to create that confidence that yes, we can get justice from the judiciary. And the lawyers also can call themselves to order and say, no, let's help the judiciary to really gain the confidence of the people. And when you have these checks and balances, and you have a very strong and effective National Judicial Council trying to regulate, and they also have a penalty mandate. They can penalize and call people, lawyers to order. Then we find everyone trying to, stand tall in performing their assignments in the temple of justice.
Well, I want to say thank you. Jude Ologun is a legal practitioner. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. We appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless Nigeria.
All right. We look forward to what comes out of the courts and the judiciary in the coming elections. But thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, we will be discussing the main opposition party abandoning zoning for the 2023 elections. And of course, former President Goodluck Jonathan abandoning the People's Democratic Party for the APC.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
It's still Plus Politics now. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has thrown open its ticket for the 2023 presidential elections. Rising from its 96th National Executive Committee meeting in Abuja, the party said after a very extensive deliberation, the committee aligned with the recommendation of the National Zoning Committee that the presidential election should now be left open. Now, the NEC also added that the party should also work towards a consensus candidate. Now, earlier, the committee led by the Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom had recommended that zoning, even though in the constitution of the party, be jettisoned for the 2023 general elections. Well, joining us to discuss this is Ken Robinson. He is the National Publicity Secretary of PANDEF, and we're also being joined by a political analyst, Dickon Bassi Okon. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you for this opportunity. Good evening to you, Mary Ann, and the crew, and good evening, Nigeria.
All right. Well, I'll start with you, Mr. Robinson, because PANDEF has released a statement as a result of the PDP's position on zoning. I know that before now, you and I have had a conversation as to what PANDEF, the Middle Belt Forum, and other, groups have made, about the issue of zoning, not just for the PDP, but all political parties. I remember the last one was about the fact that these groups were not going to support any political party that was not picking a candidate from the South. But here we are, the PDP is saying, come one, come all. What is the position of PANDEF on this particular matter, now that the die is cast?
It's quite unfortunate, and as we contained in the statement issued by PANDEF, and we are speaking in tandem with the African Ifere group, the Middle Belt leaders, and of course, Ohanese Indigo. Recall that earlier we had issued a statement after the Outcomes Committee submitted its report. We issued a strong statement. Leaders of these regions issued a strong statement, including Chief Ike Clark, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, and of course Professor Obi Ozora and Dr. Ufogu Britus. We issued a strong statement condemning the recommendations of the Outcomes Committee. And it was understood from information we got that the NEC was going to completely adopt that recommendation. Because months back, there have been feelers, and of course, recall that Governor of Bashu State, Governor Bala Mohammed, had also recommended something similar earlier in 2001. So it is unfortunate and it's a shame that a party that is built on the principles of equity, fairness, and justice, and whose constitution clearly commits itself to the policy of rotation and zoning in the pursuance of...
Mr. Robinson, are you still there? Mr. Robinson.
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, we lost you for a second. All right, let me look at what the party chairman had said a few weeks ago. He talked about the fact that the People's Democratic Party would maintain its zoning policy. He said, and I quote, "The PDP has a history of rotating our offices. Anybody who doesn't get it this time should wait after the tenure of whoever will be the next president." But of course, everything has turned and taken a U-turn. This is, like I said in the opening, the governor of Benue State, Governor Autumn, was the first to recommend apparently the jettisoning of, zoning in the PDP. What do you think the chances are, or why do you think the PDP has decided to take this route? Being that, again, at some point, the former Senate President, Bukola Saraki, had suggested that the PDP might have to go with a consensus candidate. But if the South is as strong as it should be within the People's Democratic Party and the ticket is being thrown open, shouldn't the South be pushing or pulling its weight to make sure that somebody from their camp, wields that flag at the end of the day? Other than just saying that, if you don't support us, then we don't support you.
Mary, Nigeria is a great country with full of great men and women. No individual should take the country, take Nigerians for granted. What the PDP is doing, the leadership of Professor Ayu, Senator Ayu, from inception till date, a script was handed over to them and they're playing out that script. It is clear who the target is.
Who do you think? Who gave the script? And I mean, I'd like to know who you think gave the scripts that you think they're playing.
I have just told you what the Bala Mohammed Committee did in 2021, and as far back as December 2021, we have very strong information that this was the direction they were going to go, and we know the persons involved. And so we have issued a strong statement saying that with this decision that the PDP has done, jettison zoning in favor of whatever they call it, merit or whatever. And we have said that merit, everybody, there is no section in Nigeria that is in want of men of character and integrity that are capable to become president of Nigeria. So the PDP, as it were, has simply dug its own grave. And its innovations that the PDP needs someone from the north, a northern presidential candidate to win election, is fallacious because the PDP has won election with Chief Olusegun Obasanjo and Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. These men are not Northerners. They are from southern Nigeria, and they won against Northerners in various elections in 1999, 2003, and 2011. So the contemplation that it is only a Northern candidate that can give the PDP victory is misplaced and is just a hallucination. And we are saying that the PDP has dug its grave, and we will mobilize our people with our interest groups across Nigeria, patriotic Nigerians and well-meaning Nigerians. And we are expecting that the All Progressive Congress will take advantage of this callous indiscretion by the PDP to field the candidate of Southern extraction and sustain their legacy as it were, or demonstrate to Nigerians that they are a truly patriotic nationalistic party that is committed to the unity, peace, and progress of Nigeria.
Okay. Let me go to you, Dikin Bashir. What's your position on the route that the PDP has decided to take on the presidential ticket, throwing it open for all who are interested?
Well, thank you very much. For me, it's a welcome development. The more urgent thing this season in the next elections is to afford Nigerians the opportunity of having a new party in government. That is a more urgent need because presently we are in dire straits as a nation, as a people. The economy is insecure. I mean, you can't lay your hand on anything that is functioning or that is working under the present administration. So for me, whatever strategy that the PDP has found best, be able to bounce back to power, it's a welcome idea. I welcome it in its entirety. I want the ticket thrown open, but let the strongest man, let the best man take it. That best man, I'm sure, will be the one to, with the best capacity.
Now, but when we talk about best man, or may the best man win within political parties, you and I understand that it's not just about what he has upstairs or his blueprint. It goes beyond that. It goes as far as financial might and how he's able to convince the delegates. So we may end up, or could we end up with someone who's not necessarily what we want in Nigeria today? Mr. Kon, can you hear me? Because I think we have some connection issues with you.
I think that's well at all.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question again. You talked about the best man winning, and I'm saying when we're talking about inter-party politics and whatever route it might go, whether it's direct or indirect primaries, and if it's a delegate issue, it comes down to who wields the more financial power and who's able to get more delegates. But then does that boil down to the best man? And when we're talking about the best, we're saying someone who can really steer the ship of this country in the right direction. So really, should we be doing that?
Yes, it will throw up the best man, whether direct or indirect. I believe that the delegates are Nigerians. What I feel is what they feel. What you feel is also what they feel as far as the situation in this country is concerned. So I believe strongly that the delegates of the PDP, they will be out to pick the man that will be able to give us a new country, so to speak. Within 100 days, we should see a trajectory of victory for the people, of success. We should be able to have success stories within 100 days of the next man that will sit on that on the position of the president. So let's not look at the process or the processes that will meet.
But the processes do matter. Don't the processes matter? Because we see it happen, and it's not just in the PDP, it's the Nigerian way of politicking. The deepest pockets, and the man who's able to get more delegates might end up being the flag bearer. But does that boil down to him being capable of doing the job? That's my question. I'm asking it again.
Processes are important. They matter so much. But my conviction is that because we are in dire straits and we are all feeling this, the bad economy, the problem of insecurity, collapsed education system, dwindling value of the naira, we are all in this boat together as a people. Delegates are Nigerians. They are our brothers and our sisters. They will do their best to ensure that the person who is best prepared, the best of the season, actually gets the ticket.
I just want to take I want to take your mind back. I'm so sorry to speak over you. I will let you speak, but I want to take your minds back to 2015.
The pros and cons of the...
I'm sorry, Mr. Kony, can you hear me? I want to take your mind back to 2015. Nigerians were right exactly where we are today, in dire straits. We wanted anybody else but the president that we had. And here we are in 2022. Same situation, maybe even worse. And we're also saying, oh, and you are actually saying, we're in dire straits, so we need somebody to save us. So must we make the same mistakes? Because it's sounding like it, it's looking like it, it's barking like it, and I'm really wondering if we're about to make that same mistake. Anybody else but who we have sitting in that position. Can you hear me? Oh, I think that we're having connection problems with you. I'm going to throw the same question back to Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson, can you hear me? Would you be able to attempt that question? Because I don't think we can hear Mr. Okon.
I won't try to attempt that question because the issue for us in Pandef and the southern Nigeria is about not particularly who becomes the next president. The next president should come from southern Nigeria. Let us restate the fact that the presidency of Nigeria is not the presidency of the party. And therefore, President Muhammadu Buhari would have spent 8 statutory years in office by 2023. So the next president of Nigeria should come from southern Nigeria. That's the point we're making. Regarding the comments that were made by Mr. Okon concerning the best person and new country, we cannot have a new country based on inconsistency and dishonesty. We cannot have a new country where people don't respect protocols and arrangements that have sustained the oneness of this country. Zoning and rotation of offices is a panacea for crisis in Nigeria. It has brought about, maintain some level of sanity in our politics, and thinking that it is always a particular person. Let us not deceive ourselves. What is going on in PDP is shameful, and I hope that Nigerians will be firm and strong enough to say, look, enough of this, and decide for themselves who should be the next president of Nigeria.
But Senator Ayu has said that. But Senator Ayu has said that anybody who doesn't get it this time, that he's all about fair play. He's all about fairness. I mean, if you think that the Souths should be the ones getting the ticket, then let all the Southerners come and show, if they're able to win the votes. And he's saying that if you don't get it this time, then you wait for another tenure where you'd be able to get it.
That is insulting, with due respect to Mr. Party Chairman. That's a man who has been in PDP and has enjoyed offices because of zoning. In fact, the office he occupies now is on the basis of zoning, and it's surprising that he could make such statements. And with due respect to him, it's unacceptable. When we had 12 Northern aspirants in 2018, did anybody tell anybody to wait till 2023? Nobody. People decided that it should go that way, and all the aspirants were from the north. And most of them are running now again. The presidency of Nigeria is not anybody's best fight. Nobody is destined to occupy that office alone. We are 200 and something million Nigerians, and about 50 million Nigerians are adults who are able to preside over Nigeria and direct the affairs of this country. So it's not anybody's best right, and nobody should arrogate himself the right to be president and continue to violate callously and carelessly violate rules and protocols that have been established in the interest of Nigeria. So we will continue to insist that the presidency of Nigeria must rotate to southern Nigeria. And we are using this opportunity again, advise the APC to take advantage of this callous indiscretion by the PDP and demonstrate to Nigerians that it respects and it is committed to equity, fairness, and justice by ensuring that a Southerner emerges as the party's presidential candidate for the 2023 elections.
I think the case that, and I'm not in any way speaking on behalf of the People's Democratic Party or Senator Ayu in the first instance, but he keeps making a case, saying that all they're interested in right now is to save Nigeria, to take the country from the opposition. And he has added that the party will be at liberty to rotate the party ticket as it wishes after it returns to power. In other words, they will be honoring the zoning formula after 2023. Does that give you any form of...
How can you save Nigeria on inconsistency? I ask again. How can you save Nigeria when you're trying to shift the goalposts in the middle of the game? That's what PDP is doing. There is a zoning arrangement. The presidency of Nigeria is the presidency of Nigeria. President Muhammadu Buhari comes from a certain part of the country. And it is unthinkable that anyone will think that we will welcome another Northern for another 8 years or 4 years or 8 years or thereabouts in this country. In a diverse and complex country like Nigeria, we must restate that it is the even sharing of power that brings about cohesion and harmony and unity and progress. And when you begin to violate processes like that, what you're asking is that anybody can do whatever he likes. And it's not good for Nigeria.
I'll ask a quick question before I go back to Mr. Basiokon. What should Nigerians be prioritizing, and Nigerians including you, PANDEF, and every other forum that's out there in 2023? Is it zoning, or is it a president that's capable to take us out of the doldrums? And I'm not in any way asking this question on behalf of the People's Democratic Party, but I'm asking you as a Nigerian, what should be our priority?
Let me answer you by saying that the basis of crisis in any country, in any society, in organization, is poor management of interest. What the PDP is doing now is poor management of interest. And we cannot treat symptoms. The symptoms of the economy, of insecurity, banditry, those are symptoms. Or the unknown gunmen in certain parts of the country. Those are symptoms. What are the causes? It's disaffection, it's disillusion, it's lack of hope. For instance, you can't, there is nothing you can give to me to induce me to go and kill someone or to go and commit some sort of crime or kidnap or something like that. Because I have hope, I have believed in this country, I have believed in myself, I have believed that there is a future for me as a person, as a group of persons that I represent. And so it's difficult to find me in some kind of situation. But we have people in this country who have lost hope, who are completely disaffected, who feel alienated, who don't think that there's anything for them in this country, who even don't think that they belong to this country because of the way things are done. And that is what PDP is doing. We must learn to give a sense of belonging to every section and every sector of this country. Until we begin to treat the main issues and the fundamental issues, we'll be continuing to treat the symptoms, and we see these situations repeat itself. So it's the interest of Nigeria. It's the national interest of Nigeria. It's not parochial interest. It's not the interest of some rapacious politicians or a certain group of people. It should be the interest of the generality of Nigerians as a country. And those interests include security, of course, includes the economy, but most importantly, the feeling that we are one people. The feeling of love, the feeling of that I belong to this country and I want to contribute to the progress, the unity, the stability of this country. That is what is lacking. And what the PDP is doing now is aggravating that sense of exclusion that some persons have over the years perceived that is what is happening in Nigeria. Some people believe that this country is their country, is what they like that will happen, and what other persons feel does not matter. And that arrogance must stop for us to have a country that belongs to all of us.
Well, I want to say thank you to you. Mr. Ken Robinson is of PANDEF, and Dickon Basiokon is a political analyst. Unfortunately, we lost that connection with him. But thank you, Mr. Robinson, for being part of this conversation.
Thank you so much, as always, for this opportunity.
All right.
PANDEF appreciates it.
Thank you. Thank you all for staying with us, and that's all for tonight. I'm Mary Anna Cohn. Plus Politics returns tomorrow. As we wrap up on the week, we'll still be talking for development. Have a good night.
do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Filmmaker Reggie Dakum is putting the spotlight on ethnic groups in Nigeria with a documentary titled Tribe. The film is about the culture of the Mapun people in Plateau, Nigeria. Let's take a look.
Africa has 54 countries, more than 1.3 billion people, and more than 3,000 tribes.
In the documentary Tribe, Nigerian filmmaker Reggie Dakum describes his journey to rediscover his ancestry. Dakum belongs to the Mapun tribe based in central Nigeria's Plateau state. Nigeria has more than 300 tribes, but most people only know about the West African country's three main ethnic groups: Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. Red Carpet spoke with Dakum, who said he made this documentary to ensure that his people's story was told and not left out of recorded history.
My motivation behind making this documentary lies in the fact that culture is constantly changing, evolving, and growing. With globalization taking effect, the world getting smaller, cities and nations being built, certain cultures are left behind or left out of the conversation. In Nigeria, like we know, everyone knows Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, but people don't know that there's much more diversity that Nigeria has to offer, because Nigeria has been blessed with so many different cultures. So Mapun is just one of them. In Nigeria, there are about approximately 370 tribes. In Plateau states, there are about approximately 60 tribes, and all these tribes have their own unique languages and traditions. So if different identities and communities and humans, families are not acknowledged, the risk of them going extinct is very much a reality. And so this documentary aims at shedding light on that. The fact that there are Mapun people, and there are also Tiv, Birom, Ngas, Tarok, Mwagavu, and so much more that Nigeria has to offer. So that is one of the motivations for making this documentary.
Scientists generally have established that the origin of humankind is in Africa.
For a place this big and so diverse, its identity is constantly changing and to some extent fading away. So I'm going on a journey to learn about my tribe.
Africa's independent filmmakers have been making waves in film festivals and winning awards for their original content. With films from the continent available on major streaming platforms such as Netflix and Amazon Prime Video, Africa's cinema is flourishing in the digital age. The broader exposure for African filmmakers excites Dakum.
I think this is the perfect time to be an African storyteller. As we can see, African cinema is doing big things. It's being accepted in big platforms, in the streaming space, in the theatric space, in the festival space. African storytellers are finally able to use their voice on big platforms to tell our stories, because for a long time we've not been the one telling our stories, or we've not been heard. So this is a wonderful time to be an African storyteller, and I'm excited because so many young filmmakers are doing great things with their work. They're telling very important stories, stories that shape our understanding of what it means to be Nigerian, what it means to be African, Ghanaian, and so I'm just excited.
Defeating Emmerson Mnangagwa.
President is a documentary chronicling the fierce struggle for power in Zimbabwe. The plot centers around the 2018 election. The country is set to hold its first election after 37 years under Robert Mugabe's dictatorship. Through the figure of the young Nelson Chamisa, the main opponent to putschist Emmerson Mnangagwa, the film tells the story of Zimbabwe's yearning for democracy, a theme dear to filmmaker Camilla Nilsson.
Democracy in general, universally, is something that we need to care about and keep debating and keep nurturing, almost like a marriage or a relationship. We don't take care of it, it can crack, as we are seeing in many parts of the world right now besides Zimbabwe.
Camilla Nilsson, who previously documented Zimbabwe's political life, explains that her second film is an effort to highlight the historic significance of the 2018 election for Zimbabweans who lived through food shortages and a severe economic crisis. When asked why she chose to tell the story from the opposition's viewpoint, Nilsson explains that the MDC, the Movement for Democratic Change, is the only side to have given her access to its campaign.
And we did also approach Ede Mnangagwa and his camp to see if he would, like ZANU-PF and the ruling party had been part of my first film, accept to be filmed for this new documentary. But after some initial negotiations and actually an initial green light, the camp then declined, or basically didn't get back to my request for meetings, and so we could have made a more balanced film had Mnangagwa's camp agreed to be part of the movie, but unfortunately they declined.
To understand why the ruling party refused to be filmed by Nilsson's team, we contacted officials in the Mnangagwa administration. To this date, no response was provided. The documentary exposes the violent repression of demonstrators by the police that left more than 6 dead in the days leading up to the results. Besides the campaign and the presidential election, Nilsson's documentary also showcases the opposition's appeal to Zimbabwe's constitutional court after Emmerson Mnangagwa was declared the winner.
All the drama that's in the film and why it feels like a thriller with the military and the police interrupting press conferences and all these dramatic events that took place during the election is not something that you could have ever scripted had it been a fiction film. I think we were surprised very much about how events turned.
The filmmaker believes that the documentary's ability to retain the viewer's attention is largely due to the choices made by the ruling party. Now, Camilla Nilsson says that the most important thing for her is to make sure Zimbabwean audiences see the film.
We still need to release President in Zimbabwe, and we're in the process of doing so. And that will be another huge chunk of time in the beginning of 2022 to make sure that any Zimbabwean who would want to see President had an opportunity to do so.
Nilsson's first documentary, Democrats, released in 2014, was censored until February 2018. Making President accessible to Zimbabweans is undoubtedly going to be a difficult but not impossible endeavor.
Good evening, I am Destiny Momo and this is the news update. The Supreme Court has scheduled hearing for May 19 in the suit by President Muhammadu Buhari and the Attorney General of the Federation, AGF, and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami. The scheduling is not only reflected in the court's case list for the week, but the parties have since been served hearing notices. The suit filed on April 29, 2022, has the National Assembly listed as the sole defendant. The plaintiffs are contending, among others, that the said section of the Electoral Act 2022 is in conflict with constitutional provisions. And meanwhile, the Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed May 24th for the definite hearing in a suit instituted against President Muhammadu Buhari by the PDP on Section 84, 11 and 12 of the Electoral Act 2022. Justice Inyangeko fixed the date today to enable the President and PDP address the court on the effect of the judgment of the Court of Appeal in Abuja, which declared the contentious Section 84:12 as unconstitutional, null and void. And the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has ordered the Accountant General of the Federation to immediately halt the distribution of more than 1 trillion naira due to oil-producing states pending the determination of the suits before it. The trial judge in the matter, Justice A. Adam Mohammed, in an interim injunction, held that the distribution of the derivation funds without the indices of the revenue mobilization, allocation, and fiscal commission was injurious to the applicant, which is the Imo State government. Embattled People's Democratic Party governorship aspirant in Rivers State, Farada Gogo, has again been remanded in the Port Harcourt Correctional Center by a High Court. Justice Chuendu Nwogu remanded Dagogo, who was arraigned in court on Monday after listening to arguments from the defense and prosecution teams and adjourned till May the 20th to rule on the motion and counter-motion moved by the legal teams involved in the matter. And this is the second time Dagogo will be remanded. And now the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, the Joint Action Committee of the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions, and the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities have all said that the federal government did not reach a strong agreement with them that can lead to the calling off of the industrial actions. The national leaders of ASU and the JAC of Shanu and NASU, Professor Emmanuel Oshodeke and Mohammed Ibrahim, respectively, said that the federal government and all stakeholders in the education sector and religious leaders had a meeting with the four unions, but that no strong agreements were reached. Even though the Minister of Labour and Employment, Senator Chris Ngige, was quoted as saying that some agreements were reached during the meeting to the satisfaction of everybody in attendance, Oshodeke said Ngige's claim that the strike will be called off was just a political statement. And police in Anambra have confirmed the burning of the headquarters of Idemili North, a local government area in Ugidi, Anambra, in the early hours of today. Combined response by security operatives and the natives, they helped to repel the criminals. The Magistrates Court building and office of the Enugu Electricity Distribution Company, EEDC, within the complex were also affected. And also the police in Anambra State has confirmed the kidnapping of Mr. Okechukwu Okoye, a lawmaker representing Agwata Constituency 1 in the State House of Assembly. Okoye was kidnapped in Agwata yesterday. His black Sienna bus, which he was driving before the incident, had been recovered. Also killed was a member of a vigilante group who was on a motorcycle in Oko Town, Anambra, yesterday. Normalcy has been restored to the area, but the police urged everyone to remain calm while being safety conscious. And Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal has relaxed the curfew imposed as a result of the violent protest that trailed the arrest of suspects linked to the murder of Deborah Samuel. Governor Tambuwal relaxed the curfew after receiving briefing from security agencies in the state. The revised curfew will now be from dusk to dawn in Sokoto Township, and this is with a view to affording people the window to pursue their legitimate businesses and means of livelihood. Meanwhile, the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, has said that it will petition international organizations to call the government to order and to be more serious in dealing with religious violence in Nigeria. The president of CAN, Samson Ayokunle, while reacting to the killing of Deborah Yakubu, a female student of Shehu Shagari College of Education in Sokoto, for alleged blasphemy, said that the government has not been able to take decisive action on cases of religious violence, and their entire world needs to hear. Ayokunle said that since this is not the first time this type of thing will be happening, there is a need to appeal the international communities and organizations to help Nigeria and Nigerian Christians. And a civil rights advocacy group, Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, has tasked the Department of State Services to arrest the chief imam of Bayero University, Kano, Sheikh Abubakar Jibril, for allegedly inciting Muslims against the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, Matthew Hassan Kuka. Horiwa, in a statement by its national coordinator Emmanuel Onwubiko, said Jibril was captured in a viral video allegedly telling his many Muslim followers to get the home address of Kuka and possibly attack the bishop. The group also accused Jibril of sponsoring the attack on Kuka's parishes through insightful comments on social media. And I'm moving on to news in other parts of Africa. Around 40 people, many of them civilian volunteers with the army, have been killed in jihadist attacks in northern and eastern Burkina Faso. In the northern region of Sahel on Saturday, around 25 people were killed, including 13 members of the VDP volunteer force. In the southeast, about 15 civilians were killed when their convoy was attacked while it was under escort. And some 40 former peacekeepers hailing from Ethiopia's war-wrecked Tigray region have arrived in eastern Sudan after seeking asylum. Last month, more than 500 UN peacekeepers who were deployed in the disputed Abyei region between Sudan and South Sudan asked Khartoum for asylum, citing fears for their safety if they were to return home. On Sunday, an official with Sudan's Refugee Commission confirmed that hundreds of Ethiopian peacekeepers requested asylum after the end of their mission in Abyei. From news outside Africa, Russia has warned Finland and Sweden that they were making a grave mistake in their moves to join NATO as Ukraine braced for a new push by Moscow's forces in its eastern Donbas region. The two Nordic countries are poised to jettison decades of military non-alignment due to fears of aggression from Russia, with which Finland shares 1,300 kilometers, which is 800-mile border. And Helsinki officially declared its intention to join the NATO military alliance Sunday, and Sweden's ruling party has also backed membership, with the issue now being debated by both countries' parliaments. Meanwhile, President Vladimir Putin has said that Russia had no issue with Finland and Sweden, but that the expansion of military infrastructure on their territory will demand a reaction from Moscow as the Nordic countries move closer to joining NATO. Putin, speaking in Moscow at a summit of the Russian-led Collective Security Treaty Organization, CSTO, said NATO's expansion was a problem for Russia and that it must look closely at what he said were the US-led military alliance's plan to increase its global influence. And it's time for business news. Nigerians' inflation has risen to 16.82% in April 2022, following a similar uptick recorded in the previous month as a result of the increase in energy and food prices, which represents the highest rate recorded since August 2021. A recently released Consumer Price Index report by the National Bureau of Statistics NBS shows that the Consumer Price Index, which measures the rate of inflation, rose by 16.82% year-on-year in April 2022, which is 0.9 percentage points higher than the 15.92% recorded in the previous month of March 2022. On a month-on-month basis, the headline index increased by 1.76% in April 2022 compared to a 1.74% increase recorded in the previous month, while the urban inflation rate increased to 17.35% year-on-year in April 2022 from 18.68% recorded in April 2021, while the rural inflation rate increased to 16.32% in April 2022 from 17.57% in April of 2021. And still on business news, airline operators of Nigeria have announced plans to disrupt scheduled flight operations over the scarcity of aviation fuel. And however, the association and its members are in alliance with product marketers, government and relevant stakeholders to ensure availability and proper pricing of aviation fuel in the country. They plead the understanding of the flying public in the face of this reality. They also promise to do all that is necessary and within their powers to restore normal flight schedules as soon as possible. And on entertainment news, actress Dorcas Fapson and her stylist have been engaged in a heated argument over the settlement of debt for AMVCA dress. Just hours after the AMVCA awards ended, hairstylist Macklin Scholes called her out for still owing her for the dress she wore to the award night show, accusing her of neither giving him visibility nor paying the complete money. Reacting to the call, the actress, who appeared in a stunning red dress, accused the stylist of unprofessionalism and said the clothes were not to her taste as they were not well fitted even up to the last hour. And on sports news, the Dallas Mavericks destroyed the Phoenix Suns 1-3-90 in Game 7 of the Western Conference semifinals. Spearheaded by Luka Doncic, who scored 35 points in the game, the Mavs became just the sound team in history to win a winner-take-all game by 30-plus points on the road. The Suns had a game to forget as fans started to leave the arena early in the third quarter. The Mavericks will meet the Golden State Warriors in the Western Conference Finals with Game 1 on Thursday.
It's when Jalen Brunson gets going too that hurts us, so we have to force them.
Ago, the Suns led this series 2-0. Doncic 3, good! There's Brunson on the wing. Booker comes out on Finney Smith, and Doncic goes right by Bridges. Cam Johnson working him down low. Doncic with the bump and the spin. Another 2, and he's got 12.
Oh, and he's having work
by Torrey Craig, and Dinwiddie racing the other way. Rockets his way down. Hinton. Shot clock at 5. Dinwiddie. A 3 over 8. Good. Dinwiddie. Big game off the bench and into Cam Johnson. Flies inside. Got it. Foul.
Go left and just picking apart every single thing about his game that gives him comfort.
Doncic. What a hard shot. Stunning. 27-point lead. Down goes Johnson.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa. Nigeria is Africa's wealthiest and most populous nation, with the fastest growing economy. Agriculture contributes 25.2% of the gross domestic product. The Nigerian agricultural sector holds the key to the country's drive for economic diversification. This is because of its role in ensuring food security, promoting industrialization, providing jobs, and fostering shared prosperity. Nigeria was part of the 2003 Maputo Declaration that mandated all African Union member countries to allocate at least 10% of their total annual budgets to agriculture. This was done as one of the ways to increase food sufficiency in the continent. However, data shows that in the last 2 decades, Nigeria has consistently defaulted on this commitment. An average of 1.6% was dedicated to agriculture over the 5 years, and capital releases averaged 56.18%. But even with the allocated funds, how much got to the farmers? Plus TV Africa spoke to 5 members of the Smallholder Women Farmers, SWOFUN, to find out if they got access to training, funds, and equipment.
I've not benefited from the Anchor School program. There was a time that they came for this. Some people organize. I think they are agents of. They organize it. They came here to our place here to do the training for us. But after that, nothing. We have not benefited at all from Anchor's brand. We hear about it, but nothing from there. Like the CBN NISA, no. I went for the interview, did everything, but nothing for now. They will tell us that they should hold on since 2019. And maybe because of last year's pandemic and everything, but since that time, nothing from there.
I have collected loan from Bank of Agric. I'm not collected from NISA. I was part of those that were supposed to collect after around April. But because of this pandemic, I told them they should hold back to their loans first. Let me see what the economy will look like before I can go and collect loan. Or Bank of Agric, I've collected loan from Bank of Agric. It's one of the loans I collected was what I used in constructing my smoking claim. The smoking claim behind. So it was part of the loan. I collected about 300,000 from Bank of Agric. The smoking claim was to cost about 750,000. So they gave me 300,000. Then I now added the balance to do my smoking claim. That was in 2015.
I have not received any form of loan from either state government or federal government. I actually applied for the CBN loan. I've gone to CBN for an interview. I have even received an offer letter. But that offer letter came just at the time of the lockdown. You understand? So when they kept calling just before the complete lockdown, come and take the loan. I didn't want to take the loan. In fact, the CBN Abuja called me. Don't you want the loan? I said, I want the loan, but I can't take a loan that has a period of payment. You understand? You have given me some 3-4 months. We don't know what's happening when it's going to end, when business will pick up. And I'm going to pay back that loan with interest. So I declined the loan. I said, until the corona period is over. And that was just the first months of the corona lockdown. Until it took a whole 11, 12 months before it came down. Business is just trying to pick up.
I was opportunity to benefit from a CBN loan through NAXA Microfinance. So with the cost of things, materials, feed, in fact, the loan is even ineffective.
How much did you get from
3.5, with it didn't go anywhere. With the cost of things, even if not that I have my own capital, it will not go anywhere. Can't even buy most of the things I needed, like a generator now. Generator is 3 point something, which I'm even trying to get. That was one of the things I even processing. So even though DOC, when we apply for it, DOC that time was 180, 200. That's a point of that's a day old for umbrellas. But now it's 450. That time it was from 180. I even applied. I said 180 or so, or 200. By the time the loan came out, it was 420, 380. So I could not really. The loan was almost ineffective. It didn't go anywhere.
Ó ṣòro púpọ̀ láti rí owó yẹn gbà, gbogbo ọ̀nà láti gbowó yẹn ó ṣòro. Ṣùgbọ́n torí pé tèmi ò pọ̀ kò ṣòro. Àwọn tí owó wọn pọ̀ bíi mílíọ̀nù 10, gbogbo nǹkan tó ní kó mú wá ó fi ṣòro. Àwọn tó máa ní kó ṣe gàrántọ̀ fún wọn, kó fi ilé ṣe gàrántọ̀, kó fi gbá ṣe gàrántọ̀. Tó bá tún wá ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ tán, wọn ò tún tètè gbé ilé wọn lọ́wọ́. Ìgbà tó fún mi ní tó gé owó yẹn kù, ó dùn láti fẹnu sọ. Ẹni tí ò ní tó dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́, tó mọ iṣẹ́, kò jẹ́ náà wọn ò gbà. Àti pé tí ò bá ń ṣe pé COVID pandemic tó jáde ni, dandan ni kí kó ti bí nǹkan re. Ṣùgbọ́n pẹ̀lú pandemic yẹn gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ. Lẹ́yìn náà ni EndSARS, lẹ́yìn náà ni gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tá a fojú kò.
We have not gotten anything from federal government, nothing at all. I don't even think they know that we are really existing. I think it's Lagos, it's state government are really close to the farmers. For federal government, nothing. Uncle Boy is supposed to be from federal government, but it has not really. We have not gotten anything at all.
All the loans that we have applied for, even with the NYSRA, they've not been giving out loans. They say, I don't know what is happening. They said that they told them to hold on to the loans, that they want those that have collected to pay back. So we have not accessed loan between last year and this year.
There is no bank to assist us to because they are really afraid. This is a high risk business. That's what they always tell you. That when it comes, because it is a living their life, so anything can happen anytime. So they are not ready to really assist us. Some banks will tell you that they have a Greek desk. When you get there, they will tell you sorry, madam. Especially when it comes to women, they will tell you sorry, madam. That's why the victimization comes in. They say sorry, madam. Who is going to guarantee you? Blah 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 blah. You're a woman. We can't do much with you. If anything happens, that's just it.
For many who haven't accessed the loans, they rely on their local cooperatives.
Thanks to my Obonge cooperative. So we do something, it's more something like what the Yoruba we can say ajo. Every month we drop something. So when you need a loan, you can go and take a loan. No matter how small, it's still better than nothing. And at a very low 1-digit interest rate. You understand? It's we do the contribution. This month, many people you use it for your business, turn it over 2-3 months, you return, another person takes. That's how we have been helping ourselves.
Thank God for Obonge, because it's a cooperative. So most times what you do is that you borrow from there, you feed your fish, you return after selling the fish. But most times our major challenge is the cost of feeding. It is really, really challenging.
I've not received any equipment, not even feed. I've not received. As for training, no, I've not received any training from either state government or federal government. I've not received any training. Apart from my cooperative meetings, agricultural, Obonge Women Cooperative, they give us training once in a while. Training. Yes. So that's just like personal, not government.
The Lagos State trained us on capacity building, that is proper recording, how you keep records on your farm. And also, I think that's the training that we have had so far between last year and this year. Then the ones we have been having outside Lagos State is the one we have been having in Abuja, that some of our donors, that is IBP, also train us on the way and manner we're supposed to run our business, and what the way we're supposed to run the business, and also how to also move to government on how to get things from the government. So they also taught us on how to do that.
On the 29th of July 2021, the Lagos State government empowered farmers in the state.
After this pandemic, we had to look for what is the next line of action, what do we do? We have lost almost everything on the farm. Even up till tomorrow, I cannot access my rice farm because of the insecurity. And we have looked at what is the next line of action, and that was why we decided to go and visit our honorable commissioner, that said that she already understands our challenges and that she's looking into what she's going to do. During the pandemic, that was maybe after the pandemic, there was palliatives that was shared to farmers. The palliatives, they gave us some of the palliatives, but you can count how many people that was giving the palliatives. But after our visit with our commissioner, the commissioner promised us that she was going to see to what she's going to do to farmers. So what they now did was that they took data of all the farmers that have been affected by the pandemic, and also those that were not affected. And July 29th, that was last week, they empowered the farmers. We were empowered with 400 bags of fish feeds, 100 bags of poultry feeds, smoking planes, collapsible tanks. So those were things that we empowered as a group. So Lagos State is trying as much as possible to fulfill their promise in empowering farmers and trying to at least give them a space where they can still continue their farm. But in the line of the federal government, we are still looking at, the federal government has not done much, because if they can do 1/3 of what Lagos State has been doing for the farmers all over the state, we will know that yes, that we have something to fall back on. We are still advocating that this 10% of the budget will be set aside for agri. That is the Malabo Maputo Declaration, that the 10% of the budget will be set aside for agri. We are still talking about that because that has not been met. So if they can meet up to that, we will know that yes, farmer has a lot to do, and we'll also be happy that we'll have enough food to provide for government. So we are seeking and we are begging the government that they should still do more. I know that what the minister has done has tried to give us something, but you can imagine giving 2 threshers, 1 orange decorticator and all that to more than 30,000 farmers from one state. How do you think we are going to share that? We are not political farmers, we are the real farmers. There are a lot of political farmers that they are working with, but we are the real farmers. I want to tell them that as far as we are the real farmers, things should come to us. And we should have a space, a place where when they are making policies, women farmers should also be involved, because we are the ones that are going through these problems. So they cannot be there and be dictating for us, that we have to tell them what we want. And that is what we are trying to advocate for. That we want the government to include us in decision-making, implementation, and also formulation, that those things will help us and we'll tell them what we want. But if they stay there and dictate for us, that it will not get to us.
Nigerians depend on produce from local farmers for their daily meals, as more than 80% buy their food from local markets. Now, to ensure a sustainable economy post-COVID, the government on federal and state level must ensure that the policies are not just on paper, but the farmers benefit generously from every allocation and promise made.
Furniture is one of the most important home accessories. It adds style and elegance beside their primary functional designs. They contribute to the beautification and aesthetics of a place. The world production of furniture is estimated at over $350 billion, out of which the Nigeria's market share is 50 billion naira. The furniture industry has improved in Nigeria from just the roadside carpentry to the creative arts of combining wood, metal, cushion to give glamour and beauty to chairs, tables, wardrobes, cabinets, and other household furniture. The market for the furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. In Lagos, there is a furniture market where you find all types of artisans, materials, and tools for furniture making. The market is well coordinated with a chairman and organized rules.
Wíwà láyé ọjà wa yìí ó máa ń lọ bí 70 bí 70 ọdún. Tí mo bá wò dáadáa ọ̀nà karùn-ún níbi tá a wà yìí. A ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní Watchtower ní Ṣómólúrí. Wọ́n ń pè ibì kan ní Enípákó ní Onípànù ńbẹ̀ yẹn. Àwa náà lè Nípákó tá wà ńbẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn a ti tún wà ní ilé epo Àjíìpù tó wà ní Fádèyí ibi tí bíríìjì ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wà ń jọ sí. Lẹ́yìn tá a kúrò ńbẹ̀ la ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá lọ sí Káyọ̀dé níbi táwọn onírin wà nísìn. A kúrò ńbẹ̀ ní 1977 la wọ́ sí bíbá yìí. Ká tó wá dé bíbá yìí ilé kiri pé kí ọjà ó dìgbà tó bá ń yá kán ní ká kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́dani tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ tàbí ẹbí tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ ló mú kí àwọn bàbá wa àgbà náà lọ́hùn kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí ká gba ilẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láyé LSDPC. So àtìgbà yẹn la ti wá béèrè fún ilẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ àyè ibi tíjọba yà sọ́tọ̀ fún kátàkárà tàbí iléeṣẹ́. Ìdí tó gbé wa débì nìyẹn. So ìjọba Lagos State ló fún wa níbí láyé LSDPC. Èmi lálága karùn-ún. Àwọn alága tán ti lọ. Ẹ̀yẹn la ní John Oyè. Bàbá dàgbà wọn wá sọ́jà mọ́. Ó di mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Gbà tí bàbá dàgbà tán wá sọ́jà wọn ni Sùbẹ́rù Àkànó. Nánà wà tún bọ́ síbẹ̀. Àwọn kú ní April 2016. Gbà yẹn ló ṣẹ̀ wá kan èmi Isiaka orí oyè. Títí dìgbà tá a wá wà yìí. Kì í ṣe pé a lè lé 105 èèyàn. Yìí táyìn lóyìnbó ń pè ní 500. Jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní omi ò sọ pé 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Àtẹnírà àtẹníntà. A lè 105. Lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin. A kà wọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ìkọ́ṣẹ́ o. Tó yẹ pé wọ́n kọ́ṣẹ́ furniture, upholsterer, welder, oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tó jẹ mọ́ building materials tó jẹ mọ́ nǹkan kọ́lé torí níta base lé lórí gan nìyẹn. Àti pákó, plywood, oríṣiríṣi nǹkan kọ́lé tó dérí páànù, cement, kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìṣó, gbogbo nǹkan kọ́lé. Àwọn kan wà tán tó ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí. Àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ibi náà ti kọ́ ibi náà tún wà. 105 ti tiẹ̀ ní àjùbá ń lọ. Àpọ̀ lórí tẹ environmental tó sọ wàá rí i pé ńgbà tí wọn náà débi láàárọ̀ yìí ò lè wọlé. A ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ environmental lágo 7. A parí ẹ̀ lágo 9:30 tó ra nígbàgbọ́ nú Ọlọ́run. Tá a bá dúró lágo 9:30 yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́dọ̀ tajà hàn ní tàwọn ní rà. Environmental gbogbo ọjà ti mọ́. So mùsùlùmí á gbàdúrà. Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ní àjọ nígbàgbọ́ àwọn náà á gbàdúrà. Ìyẹn ló máa gbé adago 10. Kálukú tó padà sẹ́nu iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò tíjọba filẹ̀. Bọ́jà wa yìí ṣe tó àti bó ṣe rí o lè rí ibi tán gbé ń ta ọtí ń bì. Tó dẹ́ni tó ti mu tí yó ó lè hùwàkíwà. Àgbà kéèyàn ó jalè ẹni bá ti jalè a máa lè kúrò lọ́jà ni. Àdẹ̀gbà kéèyàn ó jà gbogbo nǹkan tó wù kó lè rí bó ṣe bí ẹni tó wá fẹjọ́ sùn alága. Tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ alága pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀. Agbọ́tọ̀tún agbátòsì. Ní tó bá yẹ ká fi ṣàtúnṣe bẹ̀ á dẹ̀ ṣe. a lè dẹ́lòmíì lẹ́jọ́ pé òkè lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ẹni tí ń tajà ojoojúmọ́ tó mọ tó ń rí lójúmọ́ ta ni kó lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tó bá padà dé sẹ́mọ̀ para àárọ̀ n tó mú jà wájọ́ sí tírú ẹ̀ bá ti ń bọ̀ á mọ̀ pé kó ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn ó ń lọ nà àbáyọ so ara àwọn ètò tán bàbá rẹ̀ ti làálẹ̀ nìyẹn ó dẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dè níyì ni àbí ó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí lọ náà nìyẹn àgbà owó àgbà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn bí kì í ṣe pé irú ilẹ̀ nísìnyí ìdọ̀tí tán bá lò nígbà bá fẹ́ sanwó lọ́mà ṣe mọ̀ pé ó di dandan so à ń gbà yẹn lówó tí ò ga àwọn èèyàn lára tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n lára ńgbà tí a ti wà bá ṣe fi wà yẹn kò sówó kan tá à ń gbà kọjá owó ìsọ̀tán bá rẹ́ǹtì tán sanwó ẹ̀ lọ́dún kò sí owó túláàsì kan tó ìnájà kan àbẹ̀wọ̀n rajà kan bí wàá lè sọ pé wọ́n ń gbà lọ́wọ́ àgbowó car park àgbowó ilé ìgbẹ́ ilé ìtọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ la ní tó yẹ pé tí ọ̀gán bá tiẹ̀ débẹ̀ wàá fẹ́ lè sùn bẹ̀ pé ṣébì náà dẹ̀ lẹ pé nílé ìgbẹ́ lẹ pé nílé ìwẹ̀ nílé ìtọ̀ tá a tọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Lagos State fẹ́ gbogbo àdẹ̀ náà wá ń yẹ̀ wá wò Lagos State yẹn wọn yé wá wọn wá láti aláùsá wọn wá láti local government ẹgbẹ́ nípákó ní Lagos State gan àwọn gan tún wá tó dáa jẹ́ kókó kan nínú ọjà tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ Lagos State Building Materials and Building Materials Association ajẹ́ kókó kan so bá a ṣe ń tò díẹ̀ díẹ̀ nìyẹn tọ́lọ́ndẹ̀ fún wa tó challenge ta ní pọ̀ díẹ̀ ó kàn yẹ pé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa ṣe fi ń lọ ni tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọn náà ṣe rí ńgbà tẹ wọnú ọjà àwọn iṣẹ́ tó ń jáde níbí báyìí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ ní tán bá gbé dé ta tán bá sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní jiyàn torí aláwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n kájú ẹ̀ anything furniture bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi irin ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi gi ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi board plywood ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń wí ló nídìí ọ̀pọ̀ owó materials tá a dẹ̀ ń lò jù local materials ní tó yẹ jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe finishing ẹ̀ tán tiẹ̀ tún dájú tìlú tán gbé alátòkèrè lọ irú ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí wọ́n náà pàdé nǹkan tán jáde lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ṣí géètì tá a pàdé environmental lẹ́ẹ̀kan so gbogbo orú àwọn kan báwọn yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíjọba ó gbégbèsè àti kún wa lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan yẹn lè di tí ó kárí gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò ní mọ Nàìjíríà nìkan bọ́jà wa ṣe fi rí yìí láti Àbújá àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ní showroom wọn ibi náà ti wá ń produce sales wọn ọjà tó ń tà ibi náà ti ń ṣe tán lọ kó sí showroom náà báyìí ti tan náà sí adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run Ọlọ́run fi ń pọ́n wa ló dẹ̀ fi ń yìn wá so tíjọba bá kún wa lọ́wọ́ nípa pé kán finance wa béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ ni a ṣe jèrè mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni a ṣe rágbéga lẹ́nu òwò yẹn tó wò ní nìyẹn wàá rí i pé ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò èrè ẹ̀ ò lè dàbí ẹni tó ń fi 10,000 ṣe ẹni tó ń fi 1 million ṣòwò a lè fi ẹni tó ń fi 50 million ṣe béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ náà lè rí ẹ̀ ó ṣe pọ̀ tó náà dẹ̀ ni ayé á fi mọ̀ ọ́ sí.
Well, I've been in the business for a very long time because I started the business with my dad around 1985. I'm still in secondary school then. At earlier stage, I have the mind of be a first man, but my dad said he want me to go into business because he have a lot of achievement that he made in doing the business. And as time goes on, I later joined my dad in doing the business. I later have interest in doing the wood business. I give glory to Almighty God because the business is a good business, and if you can try to have interest in what you are doing, at least I know that you never regret in doing whatever you are doing. We have a lot of different type of woods that is even uncountable, most especially in Southwest here. We get wood from different states in Nigeria here. Starting from anything from Ijebu, the Shagam, Ore, Bini, Ondo, Idori, Owo, Ifon, Sobe, Agbanikaka Empire in Onwa, all that kind of. We get wood in many different states in Nigeria here. Just for example, we have mahogany. Mahogany is a redwood and they're used for furniture wood. Just like bed, shelf, door, architrave and so on. They're used for many things. We also have black afara, we have Mazonia, we have teak, we have Abora, we have Idigbo, we have Eku, and so on and so forth. And that's what we are even be using for a very long time in Nigeria here before they started bringing the imported board and all these things. The wood serve more longer than the board. The board have different type. You have the one that lasts longer and which we have the one that don't even last longer. But I still prefer, due to me, I still prefer the wood than using the board. If at all, if I'm doing anything in my house, I always prefer using the wood. The difference there is not very much, but difference between the local one, the local board and the wood that we use here, the wood lasts longer than the imported board, and most of this imported board, they process the wood here, which they even take down to that place to go and made as board, and they'll still bring it back for us here. That due to the government, because the government supposed to even work on that, which if at all, if something will even happen like that, what we have here, they're supposed to produce it here. Not that they will take it over there and then later do the processing and then later bring it for us here, which is not even an idea. I didn't even support that. We encounter a lot of challenges on that because bringing the imported boards down to Nigeria make the wood business to go down, which at least the way we even enjoy doing the business, the wood business before, is quite different from the way we enjoy it now. In Nigeria, yeah, some people know the quality of the wood, which they still patronize us. Most especially, some of my father's customers that they are in old age, they normally even tell their children and most of their colleagues and family that if you want to do something like this, it's even more better for you to go for wood, because now people are now coming back to get the wood and to use it for whatever they want to use it than before that. Everybody just faced the imported material that this was, but because what they see that they gain a lot, and the time of using the Nigeria something here, they see that it's even more get lasting than using the imported wood. Under the normal procedure, you're supposed to learn whatever you want to do. Probably because if you don't even learn, you will not be able to go far in doing it, because along the line, you see people that they will tell you that they want to supply you wood. At the end of the day, they will just collect money from you, and which something will not be done. But once you learn what you want to do, after all, if anybody even want to bring what is not supposed to bring into the business, you say, no, that's not the way I'm supposed to go. This is the right way I'm supposed to go. It depends on how the person have the sense and the knowledge of learning. Because some people may even be there between 1 year, they will capture whatever they want to capture about learning about the wood or to do a wood business. But some people, they have a dull brain. Maybe they will use about 3 to 4 years.
Wàá rí i pé mo sọ ọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé à ń tà à ń rà ni. Àwọn ọlọ́dàn ni tí wọ́n wá rẹ́ǹtì ṣọ́ọ̀bù ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n na pàápàá àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ìsìn. Ìmíì parí ní polytechnic, àwọn tó parí lọ́fà, tó parí Yaba, tó parí káàkiri tẹ́ pé bíi náà tí wọ́n á ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn. So àwọn ọmọ yẹn ń gbé sórí social media, but àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bíi bàbá ọjà tẹni ó lọ́jà, àwọn ò tí ì wọ social media. So mọ̀ pé ayé jọ́sí ńlòbí ń sọ fọ́mọ pé iṣẹ́ ìdandan ni kò kọ́. Níbi tí ayé dé nísìn iṣẹ́ tó bá wu ọmọ láti kọ́. Nígbà tó ọmọ báyìí ti sọ fún ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ yìí ló wu òun kọ́. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá ń bí báyìí tán mọ irú nǹkan tó ń jáde ń bí. Àwọn náà mọ̀ wá sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ àkóso ọjà títí wa. Tírú ọ̀gá yẹn bá ti wá gbọmọṣẹ́ yẹn, á jẹ́ káwa tá a já lákòóso ọjà ó mọ̀ pé ọmọọmọṣẹ́ kan wá fóun o, iṣẹ́ báyìí tó fẹ́ kọ́ rẹ̀, iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ ṣe rẹ̀. á dẹ̀ fàdúrà sí pé kán máa lọ ṣe irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà kọ́ṣẹ́ tán ibi náà náà ti tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn náà tán bá ti kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn èyí tó bá ráyè síbi á dúró ń bí èyí tí ò ráyè bọ̀tọ̀ pọ̀ wọn gan-an dúró ń bí torí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí ibi ń bí ẹ sì mọ̀ pọ̀rọ̀ ṣẹ́rè ó kò èèyàn mọ̀ tán bọ́n bá kọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ mi tó bá dàbí pé ó fẹ́ pa wọn lórí asáré lọ bí wọ́n bọ́ ọ̀gá tó kọ́ wọn àwọn ọ̀gá tó pọ̀ mí sọ́mọ̀ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lọ̀gá ọ̀tọ̀ tún ni ọ̀gá so wọ́n pọ̀ mí báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà tí state government fún wa nílẹ̀ ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan náà máa fún wa ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tán tiẹ̀ ti fún wa nílẹ̀ tá a ti ń rí bí tajà wa rajà wa àwa náà ò béèrè mọ́ òbọ̀ tó bá gbé wa lọ́la à ń retí ẹ̀ o tó dá déhùn wa ni kí wọ́n máa fún wa ní transformer tó máa fún wa níná ìgbà tán ò fún wa àwa la lọ rà fúnra wa wọ́n láwọn ò fún wa ní tar road àwa la mọ̀ bá ń ṣe ń ṣe ọ̀nà wa ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tóbi dórí omi but bí náà ṣe ń wá ìgbà tí nepa tí nàìjíríà ń rí bákan láti ìgbà kan tí náà ò déédé ọ̀pọ̀ wa láti ra generator ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yẹn torí ń gbé yẹn bá gbaṣẹ́ níṣẹ́ tí nepa ò fún wa níná tó dẹ̀ lásìkò tó dá fún eníṣẹ́ ò ní fẹ́ gbọ́ pé iná ni ò sí ó mú ká pọ̀ wa ra generator gbogbo àwọn ọmọ táwọn wí gbogbo àwọn ọ̀gá wọn yìí náà ní generator tán fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn.
The furniture market is not without its challenges. The unavailability of raw materials and the constant lack of power supply does not just affect the furniture industry, but the Nigerian manufacturing industry as a whole.
Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa, a ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná. Ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò.
Nípa bá a ṣe ń sanwó gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí àti ìgbìmọ̀ ẹni bá ti mú ná nínú wọn torí gbogbo wọn kọ́ ló ń lo ná ìbá àwọn tán ń lo ná nínú wọn a ti ní levy tí a fi wọ́n sí orí ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ páwọn láti sanwó yẹn a tún wá ṣe débi pé ìjọba ní ká máa lọlé láago 6 tá a bá lọlé tán àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ kan wà tí a sẹ́ẹ̀tì kalẹ̀ hàn tó bí hàn 8 àwọn èèyàn ní lọlé láago 6 wọ́n á yí ká gbogbo ọjà a dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ṣúìsì kan síta tó yẹ pé òun ló control gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn ń lò ní workshop ẹ̀ tó ní on and off so àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n máa patrol yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí fuse tán ṣe síta yẹn tó ti ní on and off yẹn náà máa wò wọ́n bá ti rẹ́ni tó gbàgbé tiẹ̀ ńgbà tó ń lọ lé ó wà ní on ńgbà tó ń lọ bóyá ó pẹ́ kó tó palẹ̀ mọ́ wá ń sáré jáde lọ pé kí gbìmọ̀ ọjà máa mú òun kò rántí pa àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ 6 8 yẹn ọ̀nà máa lọ wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn kúrò lọ́jà nìkan bíi 20 or 6:30 yóòjúmọ́ dẹ̀ nìyẹn àfijọ́ Sunday nìkan tá a bá wá yóòjúmọ́ là ń ṣe yẹn gbogbo wọn yẹn náà n tó ti ṣe wá rí ó jẹ́ ká gbẹ́ burú ọ̀rọ̀ kámọ́bàrógun iná mọ́ ni a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run láti gbà náà sí pé bóyá èèyàn dẹ̀ ń jalè a lè pọ̀ tó yìí kámọ́ mọ́ rí ọmọ ẹ̀yìn 12 péré ni Jésù ní tí Júdásì ẹyọ kan ya nǹkan mọ́ lọ́wọ́ kámọ́ àṣọ bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí bá a bá tiẹ̀ wá gbúrò orú ẹ̀ àwọn olè pé kọ́mọṣẹ́ ó jí bọ́ọ̀dù ọ̀gá kó jí ṣó tàbí kó tọ́ bọ̀ àpò ọ̀gá àbí wọ́n fi fóònù síbì kan ó wo bí kò réèyàn kankan ó mú irú àwọn olè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán bá rẹ̀ ti lè mú lọ́sàn-án bẹ́ẹ̀ tán mú wá kò sí rẹ̀ lóru torí àwa ò sí lọ́jà mọ́ ọ̀dẹ́dẹ̀ ti wà but lọ́sàn-án tán bá ti mú wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn á pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ òfin ti wà bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ mutí lọ́jà wa ń bì èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jalè èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà so ẹni bá ti jalè òwe tá àṣà tá a máa ń dá fún ni pé ó ti di irú ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ó ti fòṣù kálé rí kẹgbẹ́ ó kàn gbèrú ká sì síta ni ẹni bá ti jalè ń lọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni ó bá mutí.
The sector needs to be empowered because it has a great potential to provide not just employment but contributor to internal revenue for the country.
name is Oluwatosin Olale, and our business is called Pathway Giants Limited. At Pathway Giants Limited, we provide packaging solutions for small businesses in Nigeria. Our focus is on small businesses. We help small businesses to take their products from local to global, because we know that we have a lot of products being produced, especially now that everybody's brother and sister is into business. So we know a lot of people are producers, but we still have to, they still are limited in markets to the Nigerian market. And with the ACTFA agreement and the government trying to encourage businesses to take their business global, to export their products, our Nigerian products are not so easily acceptable in other climes because our packaging is poor. So that's what we are here today. We are here to fill in the gap, to help provide workable packaging solutions with smaller minimum order quantities and help them package their products in a way that will delight their customers. My background is in banking. I started banking in 2006, thereabouts, and I worked in about 3 banks. So my journey started when I was moved in 2012 to marketing. And because I was moved to marketing, I was handling businesses, and I had to, I had a close relationship with business owners. And that was how I began to understand the kind of businesses, the way businesses are run, basically, and also what kind of problems they have. And that was how I jumped into this. So from leaving banking, the only thing I had to do was set up a packaging company and be able to provide solutions to what I thought was a problem in Nigeria. I'm a late bloomer when it comes to knowing what I want to do with my life, and that's why a lot of people know from the very beginning. But for a very long time, I just knew I wanted to work in an office. But as at that time, something started shifting in me, because the more I saw people running their business and, fulfilling their destiny, so to speak, it felt like something was missing for me. And at some point, I met someone that makes nylon. That's all she does. And she used to make what we call toromagbe. That's the small black nylon that when you go somewhere, you buy something, they put it in. That was what she used to make. And that's started sealing it in for me that, okay, this is what I want to do. But I don't want to do it the same way she's doing it. I want to be able to provide a service that everybody needs. Because we all know that the toromagbe nylon is something that is more of a menace in society. But how can I take this, what I love, and bring it into what is a problem in the society? And that was what bettered the packaging industry. So we have evolved over time from just providing shopping bags into providing solutions that businesses need. My training was more or less informal, because there is no particular school that teaches packaging, but I had to choose mentors, and most of my mentors were not even in the same industry I work in. So I had to marry the kind of information I was getting along with regular business trainings into what I have today. I'm a UWIN 3 awardee. The government of Goodluck Jonathan awarded some entrepreneurs grants back then, and I was one of the sets for the 3rd one. I got 10 million naira, and that was the first funding we used for this business. After that, I put in for the Tony Elumelu entrepreneurship program, and I won $5,000. So that has helped, and so many other grants along the way that I've put in for. And then, of course, a lot came in from our savings. And then when I started this business, my husband was still working. So we had to take out a couple of loans here and there. And then, of course, whatever he was able to take out of what he was earning, that's what we used. Challenges, there are many. Where do I start from? So we have the #1 challenge is power. That's the #1 challenge. This is a very power-intensive business. So if I was to put on my generator for this system, I will have to use a 100 kVA generator. That's having to spend an average of 50,000 naira for fuel daily. So power is a major challenge. When I want to start my machines, I need to warm them up for like an hour before I start at all. So even if I was using a generator, that's like money down the drain. So we need to have sustainable power
to be able to run this business. That's number one. Number two is staffing. We use a lot of blue-collar workers, so they didn't go to school to learn this. They learned it as a trade. You understand? So there is no school in which you go to and say, okay, this is how to run an extruder. We don't have such schools in Nigeria. So they kind of like have they go in under someone, learn it, and then they go out to go and learn. So you can't really place how much information or how much they have learned, except when you put them to test. So sometimes you employ someone and you realize that they don't know as much as they claim they do, or maybe they are making a lot of mistakes. You have to either train them and like I said, there is no formal training system. So you have to either train them or maybe bring in someone that has more experience over them. And then because, like I said, they are blue-collar workers, there is a lot of other issues that spring up as a result of them working with you, because some are not teachable, some come in with their own preconception of how things should be run, and they don't want to change that. So you have to like have a lot of hit and miss before you have your perfect fit. Raw materials. The raw materials industry is dominated by foreigners. So we have Lebanese, we have Indians, and we don't seem to have been able as Nigerians to get into that business effectively. So Nigerians work the recycled raw material aspects. But even when you go outside the country, into China, Dubai, anywhere where all these things are shipped from, and you try to get in there and say, I want to ship, they tell you, no, go to this person that is probably Lebanese, that is working in Nigeria. So one way or the other, they kind of dominate the space, and by dominating the space, they dominate the price. They also own factories. So they kind of control things, they control the pricing of what we sell. They can flood the markets at any time with their own products. Meanwhile, they are the ones still selling raw materials to us at a higher price. So we need a space in which Nigerians are also playing in this space, so that it's more, you have more competition, more healthy competition in that space. First of all, I would say that paper bags are from trees. So if you're using paper bags, they are causing deforestation. And that means you're not helping the environment either. So there is this misconception that, okay, if you use plastic bags, that means you are not helping the environment. That's far from true. The problem we have with everything is that we don't reuse, we don't reduce what we use, we don't reuse, and we don't recycle. The moment we can do these three things, whether for paper bags or for plastic bags or for plastic bottles, then the world will be a better place. The person that started the plastic bags, that invented it because he didn't want them to kill off all the trees to make paper bags. So he invented a plastic bag that could be reusable. The problem started when we started using them as single use. Now, my own industry, like I showed you earlier, we have most of the raw materials we use, especially for our garbage bags and other non-food grade products, are raw materials from recycled products. So the problem in Lagos, I would say Lagos because I don't want to use Nigeria as a whole, is being able to access this waste, because most of it goes to the dumps. And when it goes to the dump, I can't use it anymore because a lot of other chemicals have infused into it. Can we have a place where we can take this raw material, this waste from source? If we can take it from source, then we can recycle and reuse them into bags that we can still use. So for me, I would believe that if we can have a government that would look into resolving the problem and not just taking out, stop banning plastic products. Because I'll put it to you that a paper bag is what, if you're going to buy a paper bag for a particular nylon bag size, then you're going to be paying like 4, 5, 6 times the price you would have paid for the nylon bag. And the nylon bag is more reusable than the paper bag. I'm in the paper bag space too. So I wouldn't want my business to go down, but it's supposed to be a case of education, one, and then having the proper systems in place to collect and separate waste. If we can collect and separate waste from mushy markets, where a lot of nylons and a lot of plastic bottles are being thrown away and thrown into our sewage system, then people like me, we are happier because that means my raw materials are cheaper. It's the advice I give myself every day. sometimes I ask myself, well, what am I doing here? Why am I here? Especially when, the electricity company rears its ugly head and we have power outages, or they are simply messing up our plans. I'll tell you, just hang in there. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. And I will consider myself a youth in this case. We, the youths, are the ones that can make it better. So if we all pack up and go, what will happen tomorrow? Will there be no Nigeria? Because we can go there and we can make it happen. It's harder here, yes. You have to strive more. You have to work at it more. But it's still doable. We still have businesses that are selling we still have companies that are selling their businesses for thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So if they can hang in there, then we can hang in there. And then we can, leverage on one another. Let's collaborate. Instead of looking at each other as competitors, let's look at each other as collaborators. For example, if anybody wanted to go into this industry, because it's so power and capital intensive, I tell them, why don't you let me produce for you? I'll produce for you at a cheaper rate. You can go on and market. So if we can do that, like if you have a business, another business I'm so passionate and interested in is the food business, because we have a lot of waste, and we have some companies that they process these products and they package. So why are you in your little corners trying to, pack it in nylon, and people are telling you your packaging is not nice and you're wondering what else can you do? Why not go to this kind of person? She already has, our place is already NAFDAC approved. Every other approval is in place. Go there with your raw material, go there with your packaging. They package for you and you are home free. So why do we all have to go into the nitty-gritty parts of each business? You can leverage on each other's spaces and, sell. The selling, the market is where the problem is. Anybody can do anything, but if you can have your market, then you don't even have to have the product. Get someone that has the product. Push. That's the advice I have for people. So it has been a long journey because you have to earn the trust of your customers. But we started small. Even though we had the factory and everything, we had to start small. We had to have a product, so to speak. And it's hard when you're selling packaging, because when you're selling packaging, they think customers think you're selling the product in it. So if I give you like I'm going to show you something from Jam Coconuts. So if I'm showing it to you, I'm trying to show you the package, but you can see the product in it. So it's a hard sell. But over time, we've been able to leverage on references. If I produce for you, you refer me to someone. And then also we have a very vibrant social media plan. So we put whatever we do on social media, and people from there, and then of course we do social media marketing. And from there we've been having a lot of hits, a lot of customers are asking what we do. Then another fundamental way we've been able to gain customers is that most of people in this space, when you want to package your product, they'll tell you, oh, come and do 100,000 pieces, 200,000 pieces, and then we can package your product for you. But I tell you, come and do 10,000 pieces. And even as we speak, we are looking at how we can work on reducing that to 1,000 pieces. So that means that we are a low entry barrier kind of, we are opening up a low entry barrier kind of market for people that are willing to go into entrepreneurship. Because most people don't even, they don't know if they will have that market yet. And you're telling them, I was talking to a customer recently, and she was showing me what she did like 3 years ago. She did like 200,000 pieces. She hadn't used up to 1/4 of it. And now she wants to change her packaging. So all that is a waste. So we are trying to create a niche for those people that, okay, we want to test the market. We have 3-4 products. Which one will move? If I do 100,000 pieces of each product, and then one is not moving, does that mean I've wasted my money? So what we are trying to do is, okay, come and do 1,000 pieces. Of course, it will be more expensive than if you were doing 100,000, but it's still at a price you can go to market with. So by the time you do that, you try the market. Oh, I have 5 products, but I think I'll go to market with 3 products. Then we can do 10,000 pieces for you. Then when you grow to the extent where you can do 100,000 pieces, then we can take you to 100,000 pieces. And each time your price drops.
According to a research paper, in several developing countries, there is an informal waste management system. Plastic pollution is currently a serious problem in developing countries, with many people in these countries relying on plastic sachets of water in the absence of affordable and readily available drinking water. The mismanagement of waste, particularly plastic, in these countries through dumping or burning not only has a negative environmental impact, it also has a seriously detrimental effect on public health, with one person dying every 30 seconds as a consequence of poor waste management. According to Bioenergy Consult, in Nigeria, the management of waste is a matter of national concern, as current data shows that the country generates more than 32 million tons of solid waste annually, one of the highest amounts in Africa. Over 15% of the municipal solid wastes generated are from plastics and nylons. The volume of waste does not actually constitute the problem, but the inability of government, individuals, and waste disposal firms to keep up with the task of managing waste and the environment. The problem emanates from the country's poor culture of recycling waste. The Global Journal of Research and Review states that at every hour of the day, waste materials are indiscriminately disposed in Nigeria. The effects are seen in the quality of air, blockage of drainages, destruction of land, and poor health of inhabitants of polluted areas. Thus, green recycling of waste nylon is a veritable tool that should be encouraged in the country. It can promote both social and environmental development. It helps to protect the environment, enhance a cleaner environment, create jobs, generate revenue, brings about poverty eradication programs, reduce municipal solid waste, save costs and energy, among others. It is time we take the recycling of waste very seriously in the country, because according to Nairametrics, today, the recycling industry is estimated to be worth several billions of naira, but this is nothing compared to the revenues it has the potential to generate should the right investments be made. Small and medium enterprise, green entrepreneurs, and individuals that are passionate about the environment should tap into this emerging business opportunity. The business process involves collection, separation, and reduction of waste nylon and plastic bottles, and then remanufacturing it into either same product or entirely new products. Items that can be made from recycled waste nylon and plastic bottles include shopping bags, nylons, waste disposable bags, nylon sachets, among many others.
My name is Adewale Olaleye, and I'm in charge of strategy and operation in Pathway Giants. I'm actually responsible for strategy direction for the organization, and I manage the entire production from sourcing of the materials down to producing the materials and delivering for customers and ensuring the customers are satisfied with what was delivered. I looked at it as, because I actually worked in a corporate organization for a couple of years, about 15, 16 years. So I've worked with a lot of people. So working with my wife too, I just assumed that is one of my colleagues that I've worked with, because I've been moved from one role to another role, and you have to adapt to the people you meet with. So I just assumed that she's my colleague. Even when I'm in the office, I call her partner. When I'm talking to customers, I don't even want people to see that we're kind of my spouse. So I call her my MD or my colleague in the office. So that's the way I see it. So it's not really different from when I was in the 8 to 5 kind of work, and I see a lot of people I work with. It got to a point when it just started, I was very enthusiastic about it. But it got to a point I was like, wow, are we doing the right thing? Because money just going down the drain. You know, if I need to cite an example, before I used to enjoy my money before we started the business. You know, I'm very comfortable, things were going on with my money, but when we started the business, I discovered that I can't just spend money anyhow. I can't just spend. You know, I have to be looking at, these people might need money now, so they might need to pay NEPA bills immediately, they might need to pay salaries, and no money is coming in, you know, and it was very frustrating. But I just look at it as, you know, when you give out to a child, you know, a child will start sucking, then before start crawling, you know, taking step one after the other before started walking and running. So I believe that it will get to a point whereby the business will be running as well. So I just have to be a bit patient to see the business go to that level. Fine, I handle strategy. Even when I was doing the 8 to 5, I still look at the book from the back end. I said, okay, how are you guys performing? And I was able to see, okay, we're not doing something right, so okay, why don't you try this? Why don't you use this kind of strategy to see maybe it's worked better? You know, so we started, we've changed a couple of strategy, but just last year, something started working, so we started pushing it, and towards the Q4 of last year, the company was able to pay all the bills conveniently without sourcing from other source. You know, so from last year, Q4, we've been profitable. The low side, you know, especially when you're looking for raw materials, you have orders and you cannot even get the right raw materials to fulfill the order, is a lot of challenges. And from the strategy point of view, it was it's a very huge market, and you have a lot of big players. You know, when you're doing the interview with the MD, she mentioned the fact that you have the Lebanese who has foreign money, the backing of the government. Government give them a lot of grants and loans, you know, for them to operate. So they are quite big. So we try to look at, okay, how can we catch a niche? How can we remain competitive? How can we be able to capture some market? Because if you want to play in that red ocean, definitely the sharks, big sharks, will just eat you up. So we try to look at, okay, how can we differentiate ourselves from the so-called nylon business? You know, that's why we started coming up with what I refer to as a market development strategy, where I was able to identify some markets and create the products from packaging kind of products to meet those markets. And that actually causes the growth to be very slow. But we know we are moving in the right direction, so we kept on growing a bit and bit by bit. And I will categorically say right now that actually we are moving. And I think we are going in the right direction. So that is, to me, is a fun thing for me, because I just look at the entire industry and I'll say, oh, so I can actually differentiate myself, despite the fact that everybody is looking at, oh, this is the kind of business we run. This is kind of like, if I go to other people that's doing this kind of business, they were like, why are you doing this way? I'll say, no, this is what I feel is right. And I've advised a couple of people. Some people get a kind of transaction. They will tell me, oh, this transaction is a lot of money there. I'll say, I'm not doing. This is not good. By the time they step into it, at the end of the day, by the time you spend 1, 2, 3 months, you'll discover that, this is not a good transaction. But me, I've been able to see it, you know, from afar. Maybe because of my training. I went to a business school, so I studied business as well. So I was able to, you know, understand how to tweak strategy to fit into what you want. I was talking with the MD late last year, early this year. I said I should have even taken this step for a long time. I think I delayed a lot because I discovered that joining the team, you know, I was able to actually drive that operation, and I was able to drive low cost, reduce our cost of operation very well, and that increased our profitability. So, though it was a tough decision because, you know, you're going to worlds you don't know what's going to happen. You're getting something paid at the end of 30 days, and now you have to look for how to pay salary, nothing is coming in. But as I am today, I was thinking that I should have even taken a step and moved from the paid employment for a long time. Because I could see that when I added up my own experience as well to the business, then the growth was evident. I started moving at a faster speed. Anyone that's actually doing it, I wouldn't say that doing a 8 to 5 is not a good idea, because actually you need the experience, you need the network, you need all the that experience. Actually, you need to do your drive business. But I think looking at the fact that I am working on my own, I'm able to put food on people's table. I was able to, you know, solve Nigerian unemployment problem. Right now, I have, when we started, we have about 2 staff. Now we are having about 7 staffs, and I'm just recruiting more people now. But in the next 1 month, we might be getting up to 10, 11 staffs. I think that's bringing joy to me to see that I'm actually, you know, putting food on people's table and being a blessing to people. Just beside even making the money, but at least I am giving people happiness, of course, bringing happiness to people's faces. Path to Giant to be a conglomerate, a group of company. The roadmap has already been drawn to be a global company. whereby we're going to international business, international trade, and then be a one-stop shop for packaging in Nigeria. You know, going to our online space, creating a market space for packaging online. So that's my goal. That's my plan for Pathway Giant.
Good evening, you're welcome to another episode of Plus Trending. My name is Elile, and on this show we talk about everything and anything trending across the social media space and of course why they are trending. Some students of Shehu Shagari College of Education, Sokoto, on Thursday lynched a 200-level female student of the Department of Early Childhood Education, Deborah Emmanuel, over an allegation of blasphemy against Muhammad, a prophet of Islam. The deceased was violently stoned to death and later set ablaze by the angry mob, who are mostly students of the college. The college authorities immediately announced the closure of the school and ordered students to vacate the campus. The deceased, whose details were still sketchy as at the time of doing this, was seen in a video that has since gone viral on social media, being violently attacked until she collapsed and was set ablaze. Now, what was Deborah's offense? What did she really do to deserve such a gruesome fate? Even when she was being protected by security, these miscreants came en masse and forcefully removed her from the security room where she was being hidden by the school authorities, killed her and burnt the building. The hashtag Deborah and Islam are currently trending with over 100,000 tweets each because Nigerians have been enraged by this act. Here are some of the comments. Daniel Riga says, Jesus Christ gets disrespected a lot by non-Christians, but you don't see the Christian community going up in arms or using violence to send a message. Deborah's execution in Sokoto by some Muslims is an act of barbarism. Governor Tambuwal and the government should bring her killers to justice. Lady Mo says, my heart bleeds for Deborah's parents. They might never get justice, no closure, no rest of mind, just sadness, depression, and so many what ifs. God, I beg. Chosen Somto says, we saw them killing her. There is no further investigation needed. Murder must be judged as murder. That is the only way to save Nigeria. Justice, justice for Deborah. Lohi says, just thinking about Deborah's final moments, the level of pain she must have been feeling, what her final thoughts were, what were her last words. Nobody deserves to be killed in such a brutal manner. Nobody. Sometimes I feel like religion should be totally scrapped because the inhumanity of man to his fellow man under the guise of religion is one of the most awful I've ever seen. What can possibly justify this gruesome and outrightly evil act carried on Deborah? If you watch the videos, your heart will break. And the fact that these perpetrators weren't even afraid to show their faces, and the fact that there are actually a horde of people supporting them says a lot. Where are we headed with religion in this country? Here are some more reactions. Following this, former Vice President and the presidential aspirant Atiku Abubakar has been under fire after he deleted a post he made on his Facebook and Twitter handles condemning the act of of the killing of Deborah Samuel. Atiku, who is running for president on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, had taken to Twitter in a now deleted post to condemn the mob action, saying, "There cannot be a justification for such gruesome murder. Deborah Yakubu was murdered and all those behind her death must be brought to justice. My condolences to her family and friends." The former vice president, however, came under threat from some Muslim Northerners who threatened not to vote for him if he emerges as the presidential candidate of the PDP. On Facebook, the former vice president, in a message on his verified Hausa page, distanced himself from the message. He also stated that any message on social media that did not come with his initials AA were not his. In his words, "This evening, I received information that a post was made that doesn't agree with my orders. I use this to announce that any post without AA is not from me. May God protect us," he wrote in Hausa language. This decision of his to delete this tweet and his subsequent tweets has caused an uproar on social media. Now let's see some of these comments. Ajay True says, "How can this country move forward for God's sake? These people telling Atiku he loses their votes because he condemns Deborah's killing. So these guys wanted all their elites to come out and praise their barbaric acts. Animals plenty for this country." At First Leadership says, Atiku made the first post in English condemning the barbarism. Then he went to deny it in Hausa on his Hausa Facebook page. For him to have denied making that post, he threw the South under the bus. It means the South is of less electoral value to him. We get that loud and clear. At Maurice Monye says, Atiku was not really sympathetic. Tried to appease the South, saw reaction from the North, deleted. He feels it's better not to offend the North than offend the South because Southerners are slaves and will always vote for him anyways. Our politicians are the wickedest people on earth. At Femi Fani Kayode says, the refusal to condemn the killing of Deborah and the withdrawal of an earlier condemnation is worse than the killing itself. By this, Atiku has murdered Deborah all over again and pissed on her grave. He has also encouraged other sociopaths to come out and commit murder with impunity. I have just one question. Even if he didn't make the initial post, was it such a terrible thing to be sympathetic in view of an obviously evil act? Why delete the post and retract the statement? Goes to show how much he cares for the safety of the people he wants to rule. Here are some more reactions. So much sadness on social media since this unfortunate incident occurred. I really hope the perpetrators are brought to justice. After all, there is hard proof. It shouldn't be that difficult. May the beautiful soul of Deborah rest in perfect peace. Now we've come to the end of the show today, but do tell all your opinions on this episode by using the hashtag #PlusTrending or send us a message on WhatsApp. Thank you so much as always for joining me on the show today. Do not forget to tune into Plus TV Africa on StarTimes channel 308 and DSTV channel 408, or visit our social media pages and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle and at Plus TV Africa for more trending topics. My name is Elile and I'll see you next week. Have an awesome weekend.
The Nigerian economy is one of the largest in Africa. Since the late 1960s, it has been based primarily on the petroleum industry. A series of world oil price increases from 1973 produced rapid economic growth in transportation, construction, manufacturing, and government services, because this led to a great influx of rural people into the urban centers. However, capital flight has been one of the persistent macroeconomic problems troubling the country. Capital flight is the concept of heavy outflow of capital from a country's economy, mostly induced by instability in a given country, resulting in negative economic consequences in that country. There are many reasons that can lead to capital flight. Some of these reasons are political turmoil, including political instability and risk of civil conflicts, may shake investors' confidence regarding the country's economic prospects, thus causing capital flight. Determination of civilian government through military intervention. On January 15, 1966, which is one of the bloodiest military coups in the history of the country. The political turbulence in Nigeria during the June 12, 1993 election, which resulted in mass exodus of people from Lagos, the commercial center of the country. A significant tax increase or declining interest rates, exchange rate fluctuations. The devaluation of domestic currency lowers investors' confidence, causing them to withdraw their capital from a country. The shift in investors' preferences from risky investments to safe investments can contribute to capital flight. This is especially common for developing countries that are generally distinguished by a high level of risk. Brain drain, also known as human capital flight. It is the immigration of highly trained or qualified people from a particular country. Capital flight is a challenge for many developing countries of the world. The problem is more severe in a nation like Nigeria, where domestic investment has been affected.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
The World Bank has advised Nigeria and other African countries to focus on digital development as too many of Africa's expanding youth population will be denied the opportunity to live up to their potential with the current incremental pace of economic and social advancement. This was contained in a new report by the Washington-based bank titled The Digital Economy for Africa Initiative. Now, digital technologies offer an opportunity to unlock new pathways for rapid economic growth, innovation, job creation, and access to services that would have been unimaginable only a decade ago. And that's our focus on the show for today. Welcome to Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Aviation fuel crisis as well as scarcity of PMS in Abuja were just some issues which made headlines this week. Here are other highlights.
The NNPC has insisted that it will not fix the price for aviation fuel, but asked airline operators to request import license for the fuel. This was disclosed by the corporation's group managing director, Mele Kyari, in a statement issued by the House of Representatives. According to him, aviation fuel cannot have a fixed price because it is a deregulated product. NNPC has revealed that the recent fuel queues in Abuja is likely caused by low loadout at depot, which usually happens during long public holidays. The NNPC disclosed this while reacting to reappearing fuel queues in Abuja. The corporation added that it is working with its marketing partners to take necessary measures to ramp up loadouts from all depots. The total net credit by the Nigerian banking sector to the government rose by 2.2 trillion naira in the first quarter ended March 2022 to 16.32 trillion naira. This is according to figures obtained from the Central Bank of Nigeria's data on money and credit statistics. According to the data, the net credit to the government rose from 14.12 trillion naira as of the end of January 2022 to 14.72 trillion naira as of the end of February 2022. The figure showed that this was an increase from the first quarter figure of 2021. The Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC) and the Federal Inland Revenue Service (FIRS) have taken their collaboration a notch further. This time, it is by setting up a joint committee of senior and management staff of the two agencies towards the implementation of inter-agency strategies for enhancing national revenues in the telecommunications sector. The NCC's Executive Commissioner, Stakeholder Management, Adeleke Adewolu, inaugurated the 17-member committee on behalf of the Commission's Executive Vice Chairman, Professor Umar Dambata, and the Executive Chairman of the FIRS, Mohammed Nami, the NCC's board in Abuja.
Welcome back. Those were the stories that made headlines for this week. Now, according to the World Bank report, access to the internet, however, remains out of reach for most people in the continent, with only 22% reporting having access, as at 2017, that is. It also noted that few governments were investing strategically and systematically in developing digital infrastructure, services, skills, and entrepreneurship. Now, Bukola Olutaya is the CEO of Stellus Digital Bank. He now joins me to discuss Nigeria's digital economy with a focus on how these challenges can be channeled into growth. Many thanks for joining us, Bukola, on this particular show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it is worrisome that the World Bank has released that particular report, and Nigeria is amongst the countries in Africa with a weak digital economy. Why would you say we have that particular challenge?
You see, everything about digital economy seems to be where the world is going to or facing right now, and it seems to have taken over most industries, and that seems to be what is sustaining the developed world economy in the light of the fact that the oil is not doing well and so many industries are not doing well. Don't forget that the oil, people are moving from oil now to green energy, which is solar. So many of the traditional industries where most countries earn their income from is already going down. And digital economy seems to be replacing most of them. And that is where they are getting most of their income from. And the irony is that Africa started very late. However, Nigeria is growing, but we started very late, extremely late. In the sense that if you look at the internet penetration in most of this country, for instance, in America is 100%. What it means is that every citizen in America has access to internet. But however, in Nigeria, we are growing. According to Statista.com, they predicted that Nigeria is at 51% internet penetration as at 20.
That's about over half of the population.
Yeah, over half of the population. Don't forget that I think you mentioned that World Bank said it was 22 before. However, we've grown. We are growing. But there is still a lot of gap to fill. If the likes of America is already at 100%, Singapore and Malaysia, that was once a developing country, is now at 98.5% of internet penetration. So you will see that Nigeria still has a lot of has a long way to cover. And it's not only that internet penetration falls under infrastructure. There's a lot of things that even come up that, if you look at the ranking compared to most of the developed world, that let you know that Nigeria is actually falling behind. There's also digital competitiveness, which also means the ability of a country to identify a new technology and be able to, implement or adopt it both in the private sector and also in the government institution. We found out that Nigeria is not even among the first 100 countries that were ranked.
Why are we not?
Because we found out that Nigeria is slow to developing or embracing new technologies. That's the reason. So for instance, a new technology comes up now, we say, blockchain, for instance, and we find out that blockchain is helping a lot of companies to be able to do good things, great things. Nigeria is usually slow. It's either we don't have the capacity as a nation or the skill. We don't have the personnel, the IT skills of the individual that will be able to do this, or
maybe we just haven't come to the realization. You just talked about blockchain, for instance. One would have thought that it's something the government would have just rode on completely. But now we have issues of regulation when issues like blockchain, cryptocurrency, is talked about.
Yeah, let me buttress that. We have 4 major issues that is confronting us as a nation that is really affecting our digital competitiveness. One of it is infrastructure. As I said before, the infrastructure is the ability for the country to be able to have access to internet. The problem, you ask yourself, why are we stuck to just the telecommunication providing the internet? There are some big giants in America today that if they come into Nigeria, they can provide internet access to almost everybody in Nigeria. Why is it difficult for those people to come? The likes of Google provide internet, and many other big firms like that provide internet access to their citizens. Again, we talked about the digital competitiveness. We are far from it. Secondly, is also the skill, the training. We found out that in Nigeria, even in our curriculum today, even in the universities, people who go to school to even study computer science are not taught the entrepreneurship aspect of the digital aspect. Now, if you look at the top 3 companies in America, we have Walmart, we have Amazon, and we have Apple. Amazon and Apple is basically a tech company, and Amazon revenue is about $300 billion. Apple is about $200 billion. We also have Google about $120 billion. Microsoft, $120 billion. Imagine what those countries are actually, giving back to the economy in terms of maybe tax, in terms of employment. That they are, the number of people that they are employing. So again, in our economy, we don't even have a proper system, a curriculum where people are being trained on digital on digital skills, where we are not going to have many people now coming into the entrepreneurship aspect of it. Let me tell you, Apple was not founded by the government. Amazon was not founded by the government. Google was not founded by the government. Microsoft was not founded by, they were founded by entrepreneurs, just entrepreneurs, and see what those companies has become. Why couldn't we emulate such? We found out that even now that we are beginning to have some people going into, we have fintech entrepreneurs, we have some startup, there is still a little bit of, the acceptability is still very low. Government is still skeptical. Another major issue is also funding. There is no alternative platform for where these people can get funds from. The only funding that we have to do, we find out that most of these tech startups, they run to foreign VCs, venture capital, or individuals to provide capital. Why? Because there is no, we don't need to go to overseas or foreigner to get funds. What is stopping the local investors from investing in the tech startup today? One of the issues is that there is still a lot of apathy on the side of the government. A lot of people will not put their funds in an institution that government is not supporting, or maybe the institute or the company is not in a stock exchange. When a company is in a stock exchange, they believe that, the company is now probably have a proper governance structure. Many people don't want to put their funds in a company that they don't understand the structure, or maybe it's a private structure, or the governance is not that okay. But most tech startup cannot go to the stock market now because of the compliance cost. Do we have alternative platform where these people can go to fund? Do we have even VCs in venture capitals firm in Nigeria that are putting funds, making funds available for this tech startup? Most of these tech startups will become the likes of Google in the future. Okay. You understand? So these are some of the challenges that Nigeria is facing that is actually seriously affecting the growth of the digital economy in Nigeria.
All right, fine. Rightly put, you talked about government's apathy and all of that. But let's talk about individuals and acceptability when it comes to products that come out of this digital economy. For instance, you are in the financial world. There's a whole lot of talk about fintechs, financial services and all of that, with innovation and products coming up by the day. How would you say Nigerians have accepted, to what extent have they accepted this new product, for instance, in the financial sector?
Yeah, Nigeria is, there's a lot of acceptance. That now has to do with penetration rate. The penetration rate in Nigeria is actually growing. People are accepting because we found out that these days, that is, especially the youth, they know that is the next oil company. Many youths will rather now go into a fintech or a tech company to go even without, a big or fat salary, because they know the potential, rather than going to other companies, rather than going to maybe the other traditional company. So in Nigeria, there is a lot of acceptability among the youth especially. So people are accepting and they know that, okay, this is the new way to go. And there are a lot of, things that needs to come up. And when I was talking about the issues that Nigeria is actually facing, and one major one that I didn't mention is also regulation. So regulation is one of the things that will also help to increase the acceptability. Now, when I talk about regulation, it's not about putting down laws that will control or that will force us to everybody on a particular line. I'm talking about a system whereby the industry will be deregulated. What I mean by deregulating is that Nigeria economy, it's a fallout from the fact that we've been in the military regime for so long. Nigeria economy is almost used to a monopoly system. We will say that, okay, one company should only be the switching firm. So the switching company, one company should only be this, should be that. Where the government also have maybe some amount of shares or investment in. I think that has actually affected, it has reduced the growth, slowed us down to a lot. So the regulators need to be able to give more people licensed to be able to do these things, especially the people who have the knowledge and they are able to bring in new technology. And regulation also is also talking about the accessibility of the government to new technologies, innovation and ideas. Are the government willing to accept the new innovation and ideas that are coming? I was quite excited this week when I heard that in my own industry that the CBN were able to give one of our partners license to become a switching company. A switching company, when you want to do interbank transfer.
It used to be NIBS.
It used to be NIBS, and the only one we have after NIBS is maybe InterSwitch and all that. So we now have more people coming in, and this firm is actually pioneering it with blockchain. And one advantage they're bringing in is the fact that in those days, you don't, the banks don't get the funds. Maybe you transfer money to a particular bank. The bank don't get the funds immediately. They get maybe 1 day or 2 days after, and then leads to maybe some reconciliation issue and all that. And then there's a firm that says that, no, when anybody transfers to any bank, you get your funds immediately. And then before, maybe Bank A has to take up the risk of Bank B, because Bank A is already recording that, customer Justin has received a fund into his account electronically, but have not received the physical cash. But you can move your money, you understand, which means the bank is typically the one funding it until my own money comes from Bank B, which means I'm taking a risk. What about if the money does not come? So we have firms that have that technical that technical expertise to be able to solve all these issue, because one of the advantage of technology or going digital is the fact that people are going to have better experience. There's going to be speed in processing transaction. In fact, for the country there's going to be what I call diversification, because there are more businesses that will also going to spring up in the fact that if the country is fully digitized and you have this digital economy is growing, more business are going to spring up. And then from the more business that is springing up, people will be employed. So there's a whole lot of advantage. There's a whole lot of good things that Nigeria can actually benefit if the government decides to focus and provide enabling environment for the digital economy to grow.
Right. So as it is now, you talked about 51% penetration in terms of internet and connectivity in Nigeria. But let's look at the next 5 years, the short term, specifically in Nigeria. Where do you see the digital economy going, and what more do we need to make Nigeria like a hub?
Now, there is definitely there's definitely a positive projection. Because if you look at it, we are now at 51% penetration. 5 years ago, we weren't here. But we are saying that we are starting slow. So if you are starting slow, it means that the government probably needs to do more than what other countries are doing. If we compare what other countries are spending into their digital economy to expand it, I'm sure Nigeria cannot even be compared at all. Now we're talking about US that is already at 100%. Let's assume we are even using US. Okay, let's assume US is far developed. Okay, let's use Malaysia, let's use Singapore. These countries were once developing countries. They are at 98.5% penetration. If we say we want to match them today, what do? It means that the government needs to invest a lot in that area. And for you to invest, we need to be able to have people that will tell the government that, okay, you are investing into
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are a treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican President Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, This is lion. A lion represents a king. And the writing here, so it's all about this place. Because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or olden building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than.
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
A very good evening to you. I'm Loretta Chiogo with the news update. The Supreme Court has scheduled a hearing in the suit by President Muhammadu Buhari and the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami for May 19. The suit filed on April 29 has the National Assembly listed as the sole defendant. The plaintiffs are contending, among others, that the Section 84, subsection 12 of the Electoral Act 2022 is in conflict with constitutional provisions. Meanwhile, the Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed May 24 for the definite hearing in a suit instituted against President Muhammadu Buhari. by the People's Democratic Party on Section 84, subsection 11 and 12 of the Electoral Act 2022. Justice Inyang Ikwo fixed the date to enable the President and the PDP to address the court on the effect of the judgment of the Court of Appeal in Abuja, which declared the contentious Section 84, subsection 12 as unconstitutional, null and void. Also from the Court, a Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has ordered the Accountant General of the Federation to immediately halt the distribution of more than 1 trillion naira due to oil-producing states pending the determination of the suit before it. The trial judge in the matter, Justice A.R. Mohammed, in an interim injunction held that the distribution of the derivation funds without the indices of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission was injurious to the applicant, which is Imo State Government. The governorship aspirant of the People's Democratic Party in Rivers State, Farah Dagogo, has again been remanded in Port Harcourt Correctional Center by a High Court. Justice Chinwendu Nwogu remanded Dagogo, who was arraigned in court after listening to arguments from the defense and prosecution teams, and adjourned till May 20th to rule on the motion and counter-motion moved by the legal teams involved in the matter. This is the second time Dagogo would be remanded. And away from the court, the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, the Joint Action Committee of the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions, and the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities have all said that the federal government did not reach a strong agreement with them that can lead to the calling off of the industrial actions. The national leaders of ASU and Jack of Sanhu and the NASU, Professor Emmanuel Osodeke and Mohammed Ibrahim, said that the federal government and all stakeholders in the education sector and also religious leaders had had a meeting with the 4 unions, but no agreement was reached, even though the Minister of Labour and Employment, Senator Chris Ngige, was quoted saying that some agreements were reached during the meeting to the satisfaction of everybody in attendance. Osodeke said Ngige's claim that a strike would be called off was just a political statement. Police in Anambra State has confirmed the burning of the headquarters of Idemili North local government area of the state in the early hours of today. A combined response by security operatives and the natives helped to repel the criminals. The Magistrates Court building and office of the Enugu Electricity Distribution Company, EEDC, within the complex were also affected. Meanwhile, the police in Anambra State have confirmed the kidnapping of Okechukwu Okoye, a lawmaker representing Agwata Constituency 1 in the State House of Assembly. Okoye was kidnapped in Aguta, after which his black Sienna bus, which he was driving before the incident, was recovered. Also killed was a member of a vigilante group who was on a motorcycle. Normalcy has since been restored to the area, but the police urged everyone to remain calm while being safety conscious. The governor of Sokoto State, Aminu Tambuwal, has relaxed the curfew imposed as a result of the violent protests that trailed the arrest of suspects linked to the murder of Deborah Samuel. Governor Tambuwal relaxed the curfew after receiving a briefing from security agencies in the state. The revised curfew will now be from dusk to dawn in Sokoto Township. This is with a view to affording people the window to pursue their legitimate businesses and means of livelihood. The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, has said that it will petition international organizations to call the government to order and to be more serious in dealing with religious violence in Nigeria. The president of CAN, Sam Samson Ayokole, reacted to the killing of Deborah Samuel, a female student of Shehu Shagari College of Education in Sokoto, for over alleged blasphemy. He said that the government has not been able to take decisive action on cases of religious violence, and the entire world needs to hear. Ayokole said that since this was not the first time such an incident was happening, there was the need to appeal to international communities and organizations to help Nigeria and Nigerian Christians. A civil rights advocacy group, Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, Huriwa, has tasked the Department of State Services to arrest the chief imam of Bayero University, Kano, Sheikh Abubakar Jibril, for allegedly inciting Muslims against the bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, Matthew Hassan Kuka. Huriwa, in a statement by its national coordinator, Emmanuel Onwubiko, said Jibril was captured in a viral video allegedly telling his many Muslim followers to get the home address of Kuka and possibly attack the bishop. The group also accused Jibril of sponsoring the attack on Kuka's parishes through insightful comments on the social media. And away from Nigeria to other parts of Africa, about 40 people, many of them civilian volunteers with the army, have been killed in a jihadist attack in northern and eastern Burkina Faso. In the northern region of Sahel, about 25 people were reportedly killed, including 13 members of the VDP volunteer force, while about 15 civilians were killed in the southeast when their envoy was attacked while it was in escort. Also, some 40 former peacekeepers bailing from Ethiopia's war-racked Tigray region have arrived eastern Sudan after seeking asylum. Last month, more than 500 UN peacekeepers who were deployed to the disputed Abyei region between Sudan and South Sudan asked Khartoum for asylum, citing fears for their safety if they were to return home. An official with Sudan's Refugee Commission confirmed that hundreds of Ethiopian peacekeepers requested asylum after the end of their mission in Abyei. Outside Africa, Russia has warned Finland and Sweden that they were making a grave mistake in their moves to join NATO as Ukraine braced for a new push by Moscow's forces in its eastern Donbas region. The two Nordic countries are poised to jettison decades of military non-alignment due to fears of aggression from Russia, with which Finland shares a 1,300 kilometers border. Helsinki officially declared its intention to join the NATO military alliance, and Sweden's ruling party has also backed membership, with the issue now being debated by both countries' parliaments. Meanwhile, President Vladimir Putin has said that Russia had an issue with Finland and Sweden, but that the expansion of military infrastructure on their territory would demand a reaction from Moscow as the Nordic countries move closer to joining NATO. Putin's speaking in Moscow at a summit of the Russian-led Collective Security Treaty Organization, CSTO, said NATO's expansion was a problem for Russia and that it must look closely at what he said were the US-led military alliance's plans to increase its global influence. And to business news, Nigeria's inflation has risen to 16.82% in April 2022, following a similar uptick recorded in the previous month as a result of the increase in energy and food prices, which represents the highest rate recorded since August 2021. A recently released Consumer Price Index report by the National Bureau of Statistics shows that the Consumer Price Index, which measures the rate of inflation, rose by 16.82% year-on-year in April, which is 0.9% points higher than the 15.92% recorded in the previous month, that is March 2022. On a month-on-month basis, The headline index increased by 1.76% in April 2022 compared to a 1.74% increase recorded in the previous month, while the urban inflation rate increased to 17.35% year-on-year in April 2022 from 18.68% recorded in April 2021. Also, the rural inflation rate increased to 16.32% in April 2022 from 17.57% in April 2021. The airline operators of Nigeria have announced plans to disrupt scheduled flight operations due to the scarcity of aviation fuel. However, the association and its members are in alliance with product marketers, the government, and relevant stakeholders to ensure the availability and proper pricing of aviation fuel in the country. They pleaded for the understanding of the flying public in the face of this reality and also promised to do all that is necessary within their powers to restore normal flight schedules as soon as possible. In entertainment news, actress Dorcas Fapson and her stylist have been engaged in a heated argument over the settlement of debt for AMWCA dress. Just hours after the AMVCA awards ended, her stylist, Macklin Scott, called her out for still owing her for the dress she wore to the award night show, accusing her of neither giving him visibility nor paying the complete money. Reacting to the call, the actress, who appeared in a stunning red dress, accused the stylist of unprofessionalism and said the clothes was not her taste as it was not well fitted even up to the last hour. And in sports news, the Dallas Mavericks destroyed the Phoenix Suns 123-90 in Game 7 of the Western Conference semi-finals, spearheaded by Luka Doncic, who scored 35 points in the game. The Mavs became just the second team in history to win a winner-take-all great game by 30-plus points on the road. The Suns had a game to forget as fans started to leave the arena early in the third quarter. The Mavericks will meet in Golden State Warriors in the Western Conference Finals with Game 1 on Thursday.
Score. It's when Jalen Brunson gets going too that hurts us, so we have to force them.
To go, the Suns led this series 2-0. Doncic three, good! There's Brunson on the wing. Booker comes out on Finney Smith, and Doncic goes right back. Bridges. Cam Johnson working him down low. Doncic with the bump and the spin. Another two, and he's got 12.
And from that's the news update for this hour. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Loretta Chiogo. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will